They put on college football's most historic uniforms with the black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. They are heroes, they are winners, they are Penn State football, and they are also the reigning and defending 2023 Rose Bowl game champions. The blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions go state. That was 8 months ago, though. Penn State ended the 2022 campaign with a 35-21 win over Utah in the granddaddy of them all. Tonight, 2023 begins as Penn State hosts the West Virginia Mountaineers. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coan Luke 96. So as the 137th Penn State football season begins here tonight, 8 months to the day after the last season ended, as just mentioned, 35-21 Rose Bowl game victory over Utah, starting 2023 off against an old rival who haven't met in 31 years. That's West Virginia. Of course, Penn State joined the Big Ten in 1993. The last time these two teams met was October of 92. Here we are, September the 2nd, 2023. So, game going to be on NBC here, coming back from break, as pregame festivities roll on. Teams continuing to warm up, but yeah, it's been 31 years since these two teams have met, because Penn State joined the Big Ten. Of course, West Virginia then from an independent to the Big East to the Big 12. And we'll get more into conference realignment at a later time. But there's been a lot going on in the world of college football, to say the least. But yeah, 31 years since Penn State and West Virginia last met. So, of course, here tonight, taking home country roads to a Penn State victory. It's been a long time coming for a renewal, as it was for Penn State and Pitt a few years back, along with the backyard brawl that Pitt and West Virginia play as well. So it's just how it is nowadays in college football. You don't really, see the old school rivalries that we once did. But yeah, we are Penn State, and as mentioned, we are live from Beaver Stadium here this evening. It is Saturday night, December 2nd, 2023, so we're going to get a little action in. We'll have No Eagle, Todd Blackledge on the call with Catherine Tappan down on the sideline. First time ever, NBC will broadcast a Penn State home game, and this is Penn State's first game on NBC since 2006 when they played at Notre Dame. Yeah, we're live. University Park, Pennsylvania, about 20 minutes away from kick. Pre-game intros begin in about 5 minutes or so, as the pregame show here rolls on. But of course, the Big Ten has a new media deal, no longer with Disney, ABC, and ESPN. All games now on either CBS, Fox, or NBC. So this is the debut of Big Ten Saturday night on NBC, Channel 6 here in central Pennsylvania. So both fan bases have been tailgating all day. Crowd's starting to file in, but hostile environment. Two hardcore fan bases who have been out since last night, early this morning, seeing who can outdrink each other. Drinking some jugs of some good old Mountain Dew. I'd say that would end in a tie. But of course, it's a helmet stripe out for Penn State this evening as well, which, yes, it's basically a whiteout. But the blue stripe in the middle of the stadium on the east and west side of the 50-yard line to coincide with the look of the Penn State helmet. But I do expect to see a lot of yellow tonight for West Virginia traveling up. short 3 hours from Morgantown, and of course surrounding areas from where West Virginia fans are located at. Just hopefully not a lot of yellow on the field tonight from the Zebras. It's week one. We'll see how much they let them play. But the refs on the field, as Penn State is hosting West Virginia tonight, big non-conference game, first meeting in an old school rivalry, first time in 31 years once again. The refs on the field should be from the Big 12. The refs in the booth should be from the Big 10. Yeah, we'll start there. We've got a lot more to talk about, but just want to say thank you for tuning in and watching. It's been a long time since I've last talked college football, let alone Penn State football, live right here on YouTube. So yes, thank you for tuning in and watching my college football, West Virginia at Penn State, live watch along reactions, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coyan Luke at 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it, live right here on YouTube so you can stay up to date. Thumbs up button for West Virginia and Penn State as well. Share hashtag college football, hashtag West Virginia, hashtag Penn State, hashtag WVU versus PSU. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as this video is powered by both Rogue Energy and HopeKThrifts. First off with Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. And be sure to use the code Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way. Most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shine, among others. HopeKThrifts, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, that's CHEAPTHRIFTS, for 10% off. Link also in the description below. Rogue Energy and HopeKThrifts. Be sure to check them out. Links along with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube for Gridiron Ring in the description below. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my college football, West Virginia at Penn State, live watch along reactions as we kick off the 2023 campaign. As mentioned, it's a helmet stripe for the blue and white. West Virginia, Penn State. Tonight's game is the 60th all-time meeting. Won't be your typical fathers or grandfathers matchup, though, even though I'd expect the physicality. Penn State leads the all-time series 48-9-2, in which they've also shut out the Mountaineers a total of 13 times dating back to 1904. And all games have been played live right here in Happy Valley or down in Morgantown, which, of course, very similar small towns, to say the least, including with all the coal mines that surround the areas. But there was one game 100 years ago, 1923. If anybody can guess where that game was played at, I'll give you a free subscription right here on YouTube. Let me know in the comments below. Well, time's up because I'm going to tell you. That game 100 years ago between Penn State and West Virginia, back in 1923, the only time when these two teams have met, not played at Penn State or West Virginia, they played it in the Bronx at the old Yankee Stadium, which I found a little interesting. And as mentioned, this is also the earliest they've met in the season, as all other meetings happen in either mid-late October or early November. Penn State, as West Virginia, were old independent foes. First meeting since '92. Of course, they haven't met since then because Penn State joined the Big Ten. Once again, West Virginia from Indy to Big East to Big 12. Penn State currently is also 74-18-2 all-time against the current Big 12, which includes everybody that just joined the conference this season. while having a winning record, I might add, against every school except for Iowa State and Oklahoma State, simply because they've never met. They've never played one another. So Penn State winning record against everybody in the current Big 12 format, 74-18-2 all time. From last season to this season, West Virginia 5-7, Penn State 11-2, won the Rose Bowl as mentioned against Utah. Penn State returning a total of 43 lettermen, including 13 starters tonight, 7 on one side, 6 on the other side of the ball. As also, this is the first time Penn State has opened the season at home versus a non-conference opponent since before COVID. It was 2019. From 2020 to last year, 3 straight road games to begin the season against conference foes in Indiana, Wisconsin, and Purdue. And also entering 2023 with Penn State coming off of an 11-win season. A lot of hype surrounding the blue and white, surrounding Penn State football, but it's a long season, okay? It's week 1, so don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Slow and steady wins the race. It's one play, one drive, one quarter, one half, one game at a time. Even though I do think, once again, as I said week 1 last year, about 2022, team could be special. I'm going to say the same damn thing here tonight, live right now. The 2023 Penn State Lions can also be very extra special, if you will. As James Franklin enters his 10th season at the helm, Penn State's ranked 7th in the AP preseason poll. And he was quoted saying this past summer, and I quote, James Franklin, "We don't have many very questions about Penn State football this year," end quote. Well, honestly, we'll see about that. Good thing, bad thing, maybe a little bit of both. Only time will tell. Just hopefully the injuries don't pile up, even though they do have the depth. And Penn State, they'll be led by your 2023 captains. Number 0, Dom DeLuca. Number 2, Keaton Ellis. Number 4, Malik Mega. Number 20, Adisa Isaac. Number 74, Olu Foshnu. And number 84, Theo Johnson. Penn State, they are a 20.5-point favorite this evening against the Mountaineers. The over-under is set at 49.5. Right now outside, mid-70s. It'll cool down here once the sun goes down. But once again, been a while since I've talked Penn State football. So just once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Very excited to begin the new season and see what's in store. Just hopefully no, hot start and then a letdown and then a strong finish, or vice versa, or anywhere in between, as we've seen in years past. And we'll get more into that here in a minute. Actually, right now, as once again, Penn State's coming off a Rose Bowl win against Utah, and they entered the offseason coming off of, once again, another 11-win season, in which now has been done a total of 4 times under James Franklin. From 2016 to 17 and also 19, you can add 22 to that mix. The previous 3 times that's happened, okay? The following year, once again, they hit the 11-win mark. But the other 2 times, they failed to do so, which would have been 18 and 20. So that leaves a question mark then for 2023. But of course, that's why you play the games. Ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. We'll see what happens. I get each game's different, let alone each season. But can they replicate? Can they be better? Will they be better? Once again, only time will tell. Penn State's collective with the NIL got even bigger and better with a loud Lion roar this past offseason as well. Lions Legacy Club and Success with Honor merged to form Happy Valley United. So Penn State's name, image, and likeness collective for NIL is Happy Valley United, if you did not know. But from the blue-white game back in the spring to the Lion King movie that they showed on the field to the first ever open practice to Nittany Nation and the Happy Valley United VIP event they recently hosted, Here we are for the start of the 2023 Penn State football season. University still currently building the Legacy Plaza outside, where the team comes in there near Paterno, Nittanyville, coming off the blue buses, of course, before the entrance to the museum and store. Letterman's Club still where it's at, but now Penn State also has a tunnel club in the, you guessed it, tunnel. The Penn State home tunnel, not the visiting tunnel. That'd be something though, and then get after the opponent. But you can, of course, still stand in the tunnel as Penn State's blue band takes the field. Yep, that's good luck. He landed it, and he's going to land it on the other end, and they'll shake hands, the drum major and the Nittany line. So they'll take a break and get back to the action. So the blue band with a pregame, as always. They'll go from the Lion fanfare to Fight on State to the alma mater, the Floating Lion, and then the rock and roll cheer for the team's entrance, along with maybe some GNR, Welcome to the Jungle, some Phil Collins, in the air tonight. Queen as well with We Will Rock You, Zombie Nation on top of all that. Maybe even put in some Zeppelin, Cashmere. It's a big night game. But, where was I? Yeah, the Tunnel Club is new. Pretty penny, to say the least, but it sold out. So we'll see how that works out. Like I said, you can still stand in the tunnel and watch them come out, but there's now actual seats, in two separate rooms in the tunnel that you can watch the game from. Meantime, a lot's changed in the past 31 years. Gas then was $1.19. Today it's $3.83. President was George H.W. Bush. Now we're stuck with fucking Brandon. So let's go. We are Penn State. Of course, West Virginia's going to say, let's go Mountaineers. But then Don Nehlen and Joe Paterno were both head coaches. Nehlen retired in 2000. Of course, Joe Pa was pushed out at the end of 2011. The programs... Sorry for the technical difficulty here before kickoff with the buffer disconnect and reconnect. Hopefully we don't have any other issues this evening. If we do, I will restart the stream as soon as I possibly can. So don't worry, we'll have content all season long live right here on YouTube for Penn State football. Now it's a 21-point spread, over under still at 49 and a half. 107, 110,000. There's the PSU. West Virginia did bring their band. We'll get more into that in a minute too. Got some details on their trip from yesterday. But, West Virginia throughout time, okay, good coach, and then they end up leaving, for a bigger job. Or a better paying job, at the end of their run. Penn State, from Joe Paterno to Bill O'Brien, now James Franklin, already in his 10th season. Hard to believe, I know. But Neil Brown, he enters his 5th season in Morgantown as the Mountaineers. They bust up their band, equipment truck, and all yesterday. And like I would assume, as we go to the booth, no Eagle, Penn State legend at quarterback, number 14, 1982 national champion, winning quarterback, Todd Blackledge. So they'll be on the call with Catherine Tappan here for NBC. Kickoff momentarily. But, yeah, I'd assume east from campus up through Breezewood, Bedford, Altoona, up 99, right here to Happy Valley. But they did have a search checkpoint in Port Matilda last night, for anybody wondering, if West Virginia was going to end up burning some couches. or doing anything stupid, here this weekend. Which, hey, whatever floats your boat, go right ahead. We all got a little red there on the neck, myself included. But Neil Browning's 22 and 25 at WVU, potentially on the hot seat. They got a tough schedule this year. Of course, next year in 2024, there's going to be a lot of change. I mean, hell, there already is, but that's when it becomes official. Maybe, they end up making a move. Penn State, of course, has to go down there to begin next year as well. A little bit more into that later. But he's 57-41 all the time at Troy and West Virginia. He's going to be calling plays this year, so said James Franklin the day after his former offense coordinator and Graham Harrell left to take the OC job at Purdue. West Virginia last year, as mentioned, 5-7. They were 68% on fourth down, though, so I'd expect them to, maybe go for a few fourth downs this evening as well. Their quarterback's number 6, Garrett Green. Their running back's number 4, C.J. Donaldson. Got to keep them out of the red zone, though, because also last year they had a 91% conversion rate in the red zone. They averaged 31 points per game on offense, but wait, there's more. They gave up 33 points per game on defense, hence sort of why they finished 5-7. Penn State's actually got a couple former players on WVU, as they've had, throughout time, but Lance Dixon and Fatorma Mulba, now no longer Nittany Lions and now current Mountaineers. As Penn State last year averaged 36 on offense and only gave up 18 to an 11-2 Rose Bowl campaign. So Penn State here this evening, as they're about to take the field here. We're going to bang the drum for NBC. This is for TV. But, we're not keeping pounding like we're the fucking Carolina Panthers. We're the Penn State Nittany Lions. So I get it. It's Big Ten Saturday night. It's, all brand new. This pre-show wrapping up, so we'll get the show on the road here shortly. But Penn State tonight, keep it simple. Balance, consistency, okay? Control the line of scrimmage. It all starts up front. Arguably, this is, on paper, we'll see how they play, one of the best offensive lines Penn State's had in a long time, to say the least, okay? They're all about 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and 330 pounds plus. So there's a good starting 5, plus there's a good 3 to 5 more that could potentially rotate in. We'll get into that in a minute. As it all starts up front, got to be able to block, protect your quarterback, of course, run the damn ball, run to pass, pass to run, keep defense off balance then as well. And then the tight ends for whoever's at quarterback this evening for Penn State, Drew Aller or Bo Pribula. Tight ends might be their best friend tonight in more than one way, if you get my gist, especially if they win. Of course, check down, take your shots, work screen game, bend but don't break down on defense, stop the run. Garrett Green at quarterback, he's a better runner than he is thrower. Potentially the best mobile dual threat quarterback Penn State could potentially face all season long, and it's only week 1, okay? So we'll see. But stop the run, defense wins championships, rely on your special teams, of course, play field position. Time possession is going to be key, as based off of last year's stats with these two teams, it was split down the middle. So we'll see about that. Turnovers, though, might be the difference here this evening. Capitalize off those turnovers, lead to points. But then overall, see who steps up, makes a play when the game's on the line, as always. So, yeah. West Virginia, Penn State coming up next. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. At halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap what's happened this college football season thus far. We'll preview next week. We're also going to be watching a few other games here tonight as well. Main focus on Penn State, West Virginia, though. We'll also have North Carolina and South Carolina, along with UTSA and Houston. And as we watched Iowa earlier, along with Ohio State, a few upcoming opponents for the blue and white. Illinois is also on live right now as well, so we'll have that game on too. We'll get into the roster here in a minute. But it's either going to be number 15 or number 9, Drew Aller or Bo Papula at quarterback for Penn State. I have to think it's Aller's Army, played in 10 games last year, even though there's been no quarterback announcement. So we're going to stop the things we say and take a look around here. We got Big Ten football. We got Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. We got Penn State. We got West Virginia. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Here comes Saturday night's right. We're going to get a little action in. Maybe look into some eyes and see what we see. But kickoff's on the way. And this is an extended version of the commercials we've been seeing the past month. West Virginia brought their band. They'll perform at halftime as the Blue Band's, of course, doing pregame here. We'll see if they show off the entrance or not. It's still daylight, but sun's about to go down. As it is football season. And there's an aerial shot of Beaver Stadium as we are looking live in University Park, Pennsylvania. It's a helmet stripe for Penn State once more. There's yellow spread out through the stadium, even though they got their section up top. Student section, 20,000 strong. A lot of height for Penn State this year. Potentially, as if only last year, with 4th down against Michigan, 4th and 6 in the third quarter, and then also 9:26 to play against Ohio State. If only. Those were the only 2 losses. If only, though. They very well could have got a little further, but they still won the Rose Bowl, which is a big fucking deal. It's a fucking Rose Bowl. As here come the Nittany Lions. But a lot of height to potentially push late into the postseason. All regular season long, with all 12 games. It starts tonight against WVU, to the Big Ten championship game, potentially to the college football playoff, potentially come January 8th in Houston, Texas. As here comes Penn State. And we are Penn State. There's pyro, fireworks. We are Penn State. So, we'll see what gives. It's one game, though, okay? And it all starts now. So, 1-0 mentality, one game, 1 week at a time. Don't want to look too far ahead, but there's that chance. That's why there's all this hype with all the talent they have, as West Virginia also takes the field. As mentioned, they brought their band, the Mountaineer mascot. Probably going to try to shoot down the Nittany Lions here this evening. But yeah, it seems like it's going to be Drew Aller at quarterback for Penn State. No quarterback announcement from Franklin this past week. As no Eagle, Todd Blackledge sent it to Catherine Tappan, interviewing James Franklin. We'll see what the head man has to say. Just beat West Virginia. Not talking, just go out and fucking play. Yep. So Drew is starting. Manage the game, get the ball to playmakers. He's a 5-star recruit last year, played in 10 games. So he's a true sophomore. He gets the nod. So that's official. But I think potentially, as we've seen throughout history of football, and Penn State football for that matter, Penn State's not known to be a quarterback school. It's LBU for a reason, okay? Penn State is run the ball and defense. Drew looked good at times last year. Of course, there was, some iffies, but maybe comes down to it. You got to run a 2-quarterback system. Hey, keep defense off balance, keep them guessing, run trick play or something. Just whatever you got to do to fucking win, do it. You know, don't cheat, but whatever you got to do to win, do it. And then at running back, you'll have Nick Singleton and the fat man, Katron Allen. Trey Potts transferred in from Minnesota. So see how many carries he gets. They got a lot of depth at literally every position. I mean, I could keep going with running backs, but we'll get into the receivers and tight ends, which we might see a lot of 12 personnel for keeping it simple, run the ball, check down, maybe then go deep. But Keandre Lambert-Smith, Harrison Wallace, Omari Evans is questionable here tonight. There's a new official, and the Big Ten's the only one in all of college football to be doing this, have a pregame injury report that they have to release. Sort of like, how in the NFL they release injury reports right before the game start. Omari Evans questionable, as also, as I look at my other notes here, Daquan Hardy is out, as is Keziah Izzard and Amin Vanover. So 1 offensive player questionable, 3 officially out. We'll see about the coin toss here, who won, who deferred, who's getting the ball, all that jazz. As we're about to get the show on the road here, we'll continue on. And Penn State is on the field to kick off. It'll be Gabe Owusu, number 99, to boom it. So West Virginia going to be on offense first. So this crowd ain't going to be sitting down anytime soon. I can guarantee you that. We'll see if this defense can, make a stop early. So we'll get back to the offensive side of the ball here in a minute. But defensively, as they'll come out here shortly with the kickoff coming up, you got playmakers coming off the edge at defensive end. You got playmakers at linebacker, and then they're sort of rebuilding the secondary with who they've lost, but we're underway. Penn State kicks off, and here we go with 2023, and arguably the last college football season as we know it to be, with 2024 looming with all the upcoming changes in the world of college football. But once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my West Virginia Penn State live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So Garrett Green starting quarterback for West Virginia. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers. They're in their road whites, yellow pants, and the blue and yellow WVU helmet. Be 1st and 10 Mountaineers from the 25-yard line, right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial, and they'll pitch it near side. And Jalen Reed, along with Curtis Jacobs, make the stop after a 9-yard pickup. So it'll be 2nd and short here for West Virginia. The Penn State's defense at DN, you got Adisa Isaac and Chop Robinson, along with Denai Dennis Sutton and Zariah Fisher. West Virginia bubble screen, incomplete near side, so 3rd down. 3rd and 1. 14:36 here to play. Opening drive. Come on, defense, make a stop. Get some good field position. West Virginia on the gun here. 3rd and a short, 3rd and a yard from the 34. Motion man. And a handoff on a draw. And they're going to run the football and try to quiet this crowd. I don't blame them. But they pick up the 1st down. So, once again, Penn State on the line, coming off the edge. Adisa Isaac, Chop Robinson, the Denai Sutton, Zariah Fisher. At D tackle, you have Zane Durant. Of course, Keziah Izzard out tonight. They had Alonzo Ford transfer in from Old Dominion, but he's been injured and done for the season already. You got Hakeem Beeman along with Devon Ellies. And then we'll get on the linebackers and secondary here in a minute. 1st and 10, Mountaineers from 39. Kalen King along with Winston make the stop, along with Kobe King, I might add as well, the twins from Motown. So yeah, West Virginia's got their section up top, cheerleaders in the corner. They're going to throw it, but it's a draw, and he'll get about a yard. It's a good no call on a potential hold because he held off. But they're scattered out, spread out through the stadium as expected. There's a lot of yellow in this Penn State helmet out, which is a white out for the most part. So a lot of white, but then 2 blue stripes going up from the 50-yard line. So 3rd and short here again for West Virginia. 3rd and 3 from the 46. Got 10 seconds on the play clock. Maybe a timeout. Three, two, one. They get it off. Hands off, and they make this tackle in the backfield. That's Deese Isaac for the tackle for loss. West Virginia's going to have to punt. They did pick up a first down, but then the drive stalls out towards midfield, and they'll punt. Talk about the roster, talk about the depth chart. The one thing I just thought of, I don't know why I didn't. Who the hell's returning kicks for Penn State? Because it's been Parker Washington. He's now Jacksonville Jaguar. It's going to be number 7, Caden Saunders. So West Virginia punts, fair catch signaled for at the 5. So Penn State not going to start with that great of field position for Drew Aller here in his first start as a Nittany Lion this evening against West Virginia, as I'll zoom out and go to commercial break. We'll get back to the action shortly. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, Instagram, social media, links in the description below. So Penn State offensively, like I said, it's Drew Aller at quarterback. Bo Prabila going to be backing him up along with Jackson Smolik. They do have Carson Kieswetter from Bishop Guilfoyle and number 19, Jack Lambert, not the former Pittsburgh Steelers Hall of Famer Jack Lambert, but number 19, Jack Lambert for Penn State now. And then at running back, it's Nick Singleton and the Fat Man, Katron Allen. So Singleton, his nickname is Gatorade. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year, senior in high school. Was a Big Ten Freshman of the Year last year, had over 1,000 yards rushing. Fat Man just under 1,000. So Singleton's lightning to Allen's thunder, but it's Gatorade and Fat Man as well. Trey Potts comes back home. He's from Pennsylvania, played at Minnesota, but transferred back. They also have London Montgomery and Cam Wallace. Tank Smith, still a tank. The big question mark for Penn State, and that's why I was saying maybe some more 12 personnel at the tight ends, from Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren to Khalil Dinkins to Jerry Cross, let alone Joey Schaffler and Andrew Rappleyea, even Finn Balor for Monick from State College High School. There is 2 Penn State receivers, but there's not really 3, even though they have depth. They officially have, let me count them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 receivers on the roster, okay? And I would think close to half from now until the end of the season will play in time, just a matter of when. Tonight, though, of course, it's going to be Condre Lambert Smith and Harrison Wallace. I would say Omari Evans. He's been reliable in situations. The sophomore, number 5 from Killeen, Texas. He's questionable, though, this evening in the injury report. They got a couple transfers from Dante Cephas from Kent State, Malik McCain from Florida State, Malik Mega still here in Happy Valley, the Little Red Dog, Liam Clifford, Sean's little brother, number 2 at receiver as well, along with Caden Saunders, number 7, who just fair caught that punt. So there's a few more. We'll get more into them in a minute, but in the meantime, back from break here, Drew Aller and the Army will start off 1st and 10 Nittany Lions from the 6-yard line officially, and Tyler Warren in motion to help block, handoff to Singleton up the middle, and boom, just like that, first down Penn State, just like they started the season last year with them at Purdue. just like he ran for 1,000 yards all season. So from left to right on your line, it's going to be 74. Looked like JB 56 at left guard. Aller under center, going to hand off again. Spins, 3-yard pickup for Singleton. Hunter Norzad your center. And then you got Sal Wormley and Caden Wallace on the right side. So that is the starting offensive line as expected. Also on the line, though, next in line, you got Drew Shelton, Nick Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's kid, along with Vega Ione, number 71, nicknamed Oos. Talk about a big bad motherfucker. He's 6'5", 350. So 2nd and 7 here for Penn State. In the gun, 2 receivers top, 2 receivers bottom of your screen. Aller's first pass is bubble screen far side, first down, Penn State to the 28-yard line. That's number 1, Keandre Lambert-Smith. As they went for the Thunder with him in the Rose Bowl for the dagger. Good block there by Theo Johnson, I might add, too. Get a couple extra yards on the bubble screen and the Penn State first down. So first down from the 28, Aller up under center again. And fake the give, little play action. Gonna step up in the pocket. Down the middle, it's caught. Lambert-Smith at the 30, breaks a tackle, and he fucking walks into the end zone from the 20-yard line, and touchdown Penn State. They strike first with 10:13 to play here in this opening quarter, up 6-0 on West Virginia. That's just a little bit of luck, if you'd ask me. Scrambling, stepped up, found a man. The DB sort of slipped and fell as he tried to make the tackle, and Lambert-Smith walks into the end zone, touchdown Penn State on their opening drive. And who's the starting kicker? Because they have 3 of them. It'll be 93 Sanders Sahadak. And the extra point is up and good. Penn State leads at 7-0 on top of West Virginia here. 10:13 to play in the opening quarter. We'll pull up some stats here in a minute, but here's a replay. Fake the give, rolled, and then stepped up and a little underthrown. Number 2 at DB missed the tackle. As fight on State, he walks into the end zone, touchdown Penn State. Just like that, boom. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block, to run, which they did there a little bit, to throw, run to pass, pass to run. West Virginia was sort of getting past the line, though. Drew Aller still made a play, and Penn State strikes first. So they'll be on to kick off, and West Virginia going to get the ball back for the second time, now down by 7. So here we go. See what the defense has got now. Well, the touchback. Be 1st and 10 Mountaineers from the 25 once again. So Drew Aller talking to his offense coordinator and Mike Yursich, who is now up in the booth. Manny Diaz, defense coordinator, staying on the field. Of course, James Franklin in his 10th year on the sideline as well. Stacy Collins, the special teams coordinator, came over from Boise State recently. Sanders Sahadak, your starting kicker. Gabe Owusu kicking off as he did all last year as well. A sort of rotated kickoff. So on top of that, 1st and 10 Mountaineers handoff. And Kalen King, along with his twin brother Kobe and Jalen Reed on the tackle. So 2nd down and short here. WVU under 10 to play now in the first. And they're going to go hurry up here. Try to get some momentum. Quick bubble screen caught. And a first down. See the spot. That's a first down, though. Right there at the marker. So, see how West Virginia responds to Penn State's early touchdown. But remember, Penn State kicked off. West Virginia got the ball, punted, Penn State scored. So Penn State's going to do the ball to begin the second half, I might add, too. First and 10, 35-yard line. Garrett Green's pass caught, but then wrapped up right away by Keaton Ellis. Second down and long for West Virginia. Johnny Dixon and Kalen King are your starting corners. You got Jalen Reed along with KJ Winston at safety. Ellis is in there at a nickel as well. So no gain on the play officially. Second down and 10. West Virginia out of the pistol, will hand off, and they stuff him, but he gets about 2 yards after a little bit of a push. So with about 8:14 to play in this first quarter, be another third down for WVU, down 7. Third and 7. Garrett Green pump fakes, steps up, gets chased down by Abdul Carter, and then rolls out, gets pushed out by Cam Miller, number 5, who's also playing some DB. So fourth down Mountaineers, and it looks like they'll punt again. But once again, they had a 68% conversion rate on fourth down last year. So, I mean, right there at 70%, which is pretty damn good on fourth down. Every 7 of 10 times, they made it. They'll punt, though. It's early, 4th and 5. So Saunders back deep to receive. Another fair catch signaled for at the 17-yard line. 1st and 10, Penn State. From there, when we return up 7 with 7:17 to play in the first. So Penn State getting the ball back for the second time. West Virginia punted twice. Penn State up 7. 1st and 10 when we come back. So, still with this roster, we're talking about the receivers and the tight ends. Also a receiver, as mentioned, from Keandre Lambert-Smith to Harrison Wallace to Amari Evans, Dante Cephas to Malik McCain, Malik Mega, Liam Clifford, Caden Saunders returning punts and kicks, it looks like. They also have Tyler Johnson, Anthony Ivey, Carmelo Taylor, Christian Driver, Donald Driver's son, the connection with James Franklin and Donald Driver from his stint in Green Bay. Christian Driver, in his second year, redshirted last year, was a DB, switched over to receiver, so he's also in that room, as is Jake Spencer from Colgate and Jason Estrella from Liberty. Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren, and Khalil Dinkins, along with Jared Cross, your 4 main tight ends, because Joey Schaffler and Andrew Rappleyea are true freshmen. Like I said, on the offensive line, your projected starters, which is your official starting lineup now up front. You got Olu Foshnu at left tackle. You got J.B. Nelson at left guard. Landon Tangwell, unfortunately, had to medically retire from football, unless he'd more than likely be starting up front as well. Hunter Norzad at center, and then 77 Sal Wormley at right guard, and 73 Caden Wallace, 73 at right tackle. And your next in lines would be Drew Shelton, Nick Dawkins, and Oos. Your D-line, the D-ends, as mentioned, Adisa Isaac and Chop Robinson. Isaac had a tackle there on West Virginia's opening drive before they punted. And then you also have denied Dennis Sutton and Zariah Fisher's back from injury. So good to see him from Aliquippa. You got Zane Duran at D tackle from South Beach. To Keziah Izzard, who's injured out of tonight's game. Alonzo Ford injured for the season, but it's been Beeman and Ellie's in the middle thus far. Your linebackers are Curtis Jacobs, Kobe King, and Abdul Carter. Expect to see Tyler Elsden as well, along with number 0 Dom DeLuca. Tony Rojas, true freshman from Fairfax, Virginia. Got a green light, so he'll play some this year. Potentially in an Abdul Carter type like role from last year. Keon Wiley, number 32, to get some playing time, I think. Your starting corners are Johnny Dixon and Kalen King. You would have Daquan Hardy, but he's out. Penn State, 1st and 10, hand off to the fat man. So they're going to work them in and out. I mean, shit, they both ran for 1,000 yards last year, for God's sakes. Penn State finally got back to the running game last year as well, something they hadn't done in quite a while, and that's sort of why they had as much success as they did. So 2nd and 4 here from the 24, and a little diamond formation in the backfield. Looks like they have both backs. Or they have Singleton at running back and then 2 tight ends to block for him, plus the line. And he gets a first down. So first down Penn State here, 6.5 to play and counting in this first quarter. We'll get back to the defense and more discussion momentarily, but this drive continues in the meantime. First down, Penn State. Keep it simple. I mean, that's a hot start, but of course you want to build off of it, but you also cool, calm, and collected. Keep it simple for Drew. It's his first start. Run the ball, get him comfortable, fakes the give, he steps up again. He'll tuck it and try to run. He gets to the 32-yard line for a gain of 3. So, all right, be 2nd down and 7. Oh, he had Wallace on a crosser over the far near side, I guess, but he didn't see him because he was getting pressured and had to do something. He stepped up and got 3 yards on the run. So make a play. Empty set. Bubble screen complete to Warren, far side. That's where the Penn State cups are made at that they sell in the stadium. Warren, Pennsylvania, up there by Bradford. 1st and 10, Penn State again. He's a reliable tight end. And that includes this 2022 Penn State mug from last year. 1st and 10 from the 40. Singleton on the run up the middle for about 3, maybe 4 yards. So 2nd down, Penn State. About 6, yep. Pump fake, step up, screen game far side. And Singleton get about 2, maybe 3. So they spotted that here. Be 3rd down, Penn State. Everybody's favorite number to go in this opening quarter, 4:20. New rule in college football this year, I might add as well, is all game long, except for the final 2 minutes in the second quarter and the final 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. After first down, regardless if you get out of bounds or not, the clock's going to continue to run. 3rd and 5. Then it'll, wind once they wind it, but 3rd and 5. Drew Aller going to step up over the middle, caught, and they say no, incomplete. It was intended for Theo Johnson. It was caught, but a big hit, jarred the ball loose, looked like West Virginia picked it off, and then it falls incomplete. Let's see a replay if we can. Penn State's going to have to punt here. They got a hand on it. And yeah, that's incomplete. So Penn State will punt. Who's on the punt? We got a whistle and a false start. So back them up. All right. It's a 5-yard penalty. So the first penalty of the game goes to Penn State. Penn State now will punt from the 40 rather than from the 45. And it'll be down somewhere. It'll be West Virginia ball, 1st and 10 when we come back. And Riley Thompson, the Florida Atlantic transfer at punter, is punting for Penn State now. So Penn State worked the transfer portal, not as much as Dion in Colorado did, by any means, but they filled some holes. Of course, recruited well again, another top 10 recruiting class, and that's why this team in the future can be special and bright, to say the least. But yeah, it'll be West Virginia ball, 1st and 10 when we come back. Penn State up 7-0. So your secondary for Penn State, yeah, Johnny Dixon and Kalen King at corner. Daquan Hardy from Penn Hills would be out there, but he's out tonight. Saw Cam Miller out there a little bit ago. They got a Davian Collins from Mississippi State in the portal. They also greenlit number 12 and number 16, Zion Tracy and Elliott in Washington. Both true freshmen to potentially play this year as well. And then King Mack was the other one that got greenlit at safety, number 9. But at safety, it's Jalen Reed and KJ Winston along with Ellis. Might see Wheatley a little bit. But then, yeah, Sanders Haydax, your starting kicker. They also have Alex Felkins from Columbia. And then at punter, it's Riley Thompson, even though they've had Alex Baketa, and then Gabe Owusu, of course, will kick off. But as we near the end of the first quarter, we just hit the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, in our towns, our city. This is a commercial break. Our state, our valley, our team. Of course, Indian Nation held to the Lions. And win, lose, or draw, I thank all Penn State and West Virginia fans. I'm surprised it took me this long to say. I should have started off with it. But I think we can all agree on one thing. Penn State and West Virginia fans can agree that Pitt is shit, so eat shit, Pitt. Not the Steelers, the Panthers. Yeah, we'll see how this game goes. West Virginia there, 2 punts. Penn State scores on the opening drive, then they punt. So West Virginia's getting the ball back here. There's a fucking squirrel running around on the field. Jesus fucking Christ. And that's a touchdown for the Squirrels. Yeah. He crossed the goal line there, so to speak, if you will, and got into the end zone. Not before Penn State, but before West Virginia. We had a squirrel on the field at Beaver Stadium. 1st and 10, WVU from 31. Garrett Green going to keep it for himself, and he gets a first down as he gets chased, but he gets a first down, so don't move the sticks. West Virginia 1st and 10 from the 42. Under 3 to play in this first quarter. And Green looking to throw. It's batted down at the line, incomplete. Second down. Woo-hoo. Even if they didn't bat it down, he probably would have been tackled right away anyway. They had Winston and Carter running after him. So incomplete, 2nd and 10 for the Mountaineers. And Green looking to throw. Rolls out far side. Is that a catch? They say no, incomplete, 3rd down. 3rd and 10. Come on, D, make a stop. Looks like they're going to bring pressure. They only bring 3, though. Steps up. Going to run it again. That's a fucking block in the back. He slides. They're going to want a penalty on that for a late hit, but no. It's right there at the marker, too. Is it enough for a first down is the question. Because if so, they'll move the sticks. It'll be 1st and 10. If not, it'll be 4th and inches. But they then just might go for it. He's short. So 4th and a yard, they're going to go for it. They're going to sneak it and push the quarterback. And he gets it. So 1st down, West Virginia out past midfield in Penn State territory for the first time here tonight. Come on, D. 1st and 10. And Green looking to throw. Going deep far side. Busted coverage. And why the fuck was a linebacker covering a 6'6" receiver? So it's caught, 1st down and goal, West Virginia. How the fuck do you let that happen? Devin Carter, former NC State receiver, was in the mix to transfer to Penn State, said no, I'm going to West Virginia, makes a big play against the inline defense here week 1. Penn State ended up getting other transfer receivers in the portal anyway, so worked out on both sides, but he makes a big catch because of a fucking busted coverage by the blue and white. Under a minute to play here in the first. 1st and 10 officially West Virginia from the 11. So they'll have 8 shots to punch it in. They get a good chunk there inside the 5. So 2nd down and about 2, maybe 3. Still not goal to go, but they're knocking on the door. And like I said, last year, 91% conversion rate in the red zone. They're in the red zone. So we'll see if they can tie this up or if Penn State's going to force a field goal to, well, first off, I don't think we're going to get another play here in the first quarter. They're going to switch ends, and West Virginia's going to go down to the student section into the south end. So that does it for the first quarter. Penn State leads 7-0. So the end of 1, Penn State 7, West Virginia 0. Be 2nd and short when we come back. West Virginia's knocking on the door. And we'll see if defense can hold, force a field goal. If they, score, though, tie it up, all right back where we started from. Tie ball game, 0-0, now 7-7. 7-0, though, at the end of 1. We'll get back to the action shortly. So your first quarter stats. For West Virginia and Penn State. Garrett Green and Drew Aller officially are 3 of 6 for 40 yards and 4 of 5 for 91 yards and a touchdown, respectively. CJ Donaldson, 6 carries, 29 yards rushing. Garrett Green also has 5 carries, 23 yards on the ground. Devin Carter, that big catch for 37 yards to set up this red zone attempt for West Virginia. Drew Aller, as mentioned, 4 of 5, 91 yards and a touchdown to Keandre Lambert-Smith, who has 2 catches, 81 yards in the score. Nick Singleton, 4 carries, 22 yards. Fat Man carried for 6 yards. Warren has a catch for 9. Singleton also has a catch as well. Curtis Jacobs right now leading the defense in tackles with 4. West Virginia's punted twice, Penn State once, and Sanders the Haydak's extra point was up and good. So Penn State leads 7-0 at the end of 1. So we'll see if WV's use scores here for Butchie or not. Penn State's defense, for whatever reason, just... Yeah, that was a busted coverage. It was blown. They let them get that wide open. They're giving up, not necessarily chunk yards, but as we say, you know, as West Virginia very well could be a Big Ten school, you know, they're right there. Makes more sense now that, you know, they're in the Big 12 with other teams in the region that are also in the Big 12 with them, because past decade they've just been in Morgantown, West Virginia in the Big 12 sort of by themselves. Everybody else is in the Midwest and down in Texas. But the, you know, 2-3 yards in a cloud of dust. Penn State needs to stop that on defense. You know, as good as on paper this defense is, like Abdul Carter really hasn't done shit yet. You know, linebacker. You know, the secondary, they're rebuilding it. They lost both Joey Porter and Jair Brown to the NFL. I mean, it's just how it is every year, though. I mean, I don't care who you played with the year before. You're always going to, unless they're coming back, you're always going to be, you know, plugging in somebody new. Because somebody moved on. And transfer portal, NFL draft, you know, just graduated, whatever the reason. 2nd and 3, West Virginia here from the 4-yard line to begin the second quarter, looking to tie this game up. Handoff up the middle, and that might be a touchdown. They're going to say no down at the half-yard line. Be 1st and goal, though. So, I mean, they had them stuffed for a 2-yard gain, and then a little bit of a push after a spin move. He kept going, and 1st and goal now, West Virginia at the half-yard line. I wouldn't be surprised they take a look at that. But 1st and goal, WVU from the inch line. Watch them go near side rather than far side where they have the blocking. They'll hand it off right up the middle, touchdown. Yep. And they're an extra point away from tying this game up. Yep, it is. So touchdown West Virginia. That's for you, Butchie. And here's the extra point. 14-14 to play in the half. Kick up, kick good. We're 7-all. Tied up. Penn State getting the ball back. So yeah, their defense, it's as Blackledge is saying on the call, that inside run, the defensive tackles, middle of the D line for Penn State, they're giving up 2, 3, 4, 5 yards at a time. That's going to add up. Eventually they'll break one. Or just as they really haven't passed, okay, one big deep ball because blown coverage. They'll run it, then they'll beat you deep. So the defense needs to, get acquainted and figure something out, man. And Penn State offensively has got to get this run game going, for one. Drew's got to make some plays, for two. But it's still early, Brand new ball game. 7-7. So here we go. West Virginia's going to kick off. This little weird formation. They're in like two different pods until they break off and line up. And now West Virginia is on the kickoff. From the north of the south end zone, Penn State on the return from 1 yard deep. And Singleton to the 19-yard line. Penn State 1st and 10 from there. So a 6-yard difference if he would have took a knee versus he didn't, and now they start from the 19. But, I mean, that's a good decision to bring it out anyway. I mean, he, could have hit the hole and went. So, 1st and 10, Penn State. And we'll see what they draw up here. Dun 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 dun. Refs allowing West Virginia to sub. Why the fuck are you taking a timeout? It's 1st and 10. New drive. You let the fucking play clock wind down that way? Yeah, rightfully so. You can be pissed off about that. You should not have to take a fucking timeout right there. You should be fucking ready on the sideline to go out. Oh my fucking God. How the hell does that happen? No shit. You don't say it's a fucking waste of timeout. Hopefully they don't need that before halftime. Hopefully that does not come back to bite them in the ass. That's fucking embarrassing, says James Franklin. No shit. How does that happen? You had, oh my God. 1st and 10. Handoff. Fat man up the middle. Maybe 5. He's lucky. He'd be 2nd and medium here, about 6. They literally had the whole entire offensive drive for West Virginia to get ready on offense, okay? There's the return, 1st and 10 at the 19. Now 2nd and 6 from the 23. They don't snap it. They have to call a timeout rather than get a delay of game called on. Fat man, 1st down, Penn State. So for now, all right, they pick up a 1st down. We'll move on. They're trying to distance themselves from having a fucking waste of timeout. Just, as Franklin said, that's fucking embarrassing. And I'd have to think he's talking to Mike Yurcich up in the booth, West Virginia injury. And they'll take a commercial break. So 1st and 10, Penn State when we come back. But how the hell does that happen? Seriously, man. That's just fucking stupidity. That's common sense. That's just basic fundamentals. That should not happen. I don't care if you have a new starting quarterback or not. That should not happen. But then they, getting the run game going here. Pick up 1st down. So we'll see what they do when we come back after the injury. Just pathetic. So 1st and 10, Penn State. Ball 38-yard line. Do not take another timeout here because you can't fucking snap the football. Get it off because the play clock's about to expire. Aller looking to throw. He gets sacked. Be 2nd and long. Jesus Christ. Now the offensive line can't block. What the fuck? From the 32, 2nd and 16. And Aller once again looking to throw, going to step up. Down the middle, caught, 1st down. Harrison Wallace at midfield. All right. He's a little slow to get up, but I think he'll be all right. Yeah, it looks like Keandre Lambert-Smith, Harrison Wallace, and Liam Clifford are your starting 3 receivers. At least tonight they are. I don't know if there'll be another number 3, another number 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth for the receivers, next week, let alone, in the weeks and months to come. Handoff to the fat man, Katron Allen for 2. So 2nd down. So pushing and shoving. Refs break it up. This is a big drive for Penn State, as we near halftime here. Start up with a lead, 7-0. Give it a touchdown, tie game again, 7-7. Score here, take up some time potentially, make a stop defensively. I'm not saying they're not going to score again. Maybe you score again before halftime as well. Thing is, Penn State's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So that's Malik McLean from Florida State on the catch now. 2 yards for him. 3rd down and 6. Yeah, 3rd and 6 for Penn State. Of course, NBC for college football, they have the same scoreboard as they do for the NFL for Sunday night football. But 3rd down and 6 here for Penn State. That was Malik McLean's first catch as an Nittany Lion. Three, two, one, get it off. Aller looking to throw, rolls out, and has a man. Lambert-Smith, 25, inside the 20, down to 15, and another Penn State 1st down. Now punch it in. Hammer the rock, run it. Give it to Singleton, give it to Allen. First down and 10, looking to throw again, come back far side. Malik McLean again, 1st down Penn State. Be 1st and goal. Punch it in. No field goal. We need a touchdown. Punch this sucker in. Now they say short, 2nd and a yard at the 7. Trips near side. And they're going to run a quarterback draw up the middle. Aller to the 2 maybe. He's lucky, down to the 3 it looks like. Big body quarterback at 6'5", 240. Similar to Roethlisberger and Josh Allen. 1st and goal, Penn State inside the 5. Punch it in. You need a touchdown on this drive at this rate, especially after it fucking started the way it did. 1st and goal. And they'll run the wing T. And a handoff to Singleton, and he walks in, touchdown Penn State. Big Dick Nick Singleton for 6. With, you better call the Popo, 9-1-1 to play in the half. Penn State retakes the lead, 13-7. I don't say, roar, Lions, roar. They hit the line, and they're rolling up the score. Here's the extra point, which is up and good. Penn State 14, West Virginia 7. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the goddamn ball. And Aller with some big throws, has a passing touchdown. He handed off there to Singleton for 6 and another Penn State touchdown. And they lead it once more, 14-7. West Virginia getting the ball back when we return. So now Drew Aller, officially, nine of 10, $165 in that touchdown. When was the only incompletion? Because, I mean, 9 of 10, that's damn near perfect. That's 90%. When was the only completion? Oh, the pass that was almost picked off. That's right. Yeah, and then they had to punt. That's right. Okay. Yeah, Aller's 9 of 10, $165 and a touchdown. Singleton with the score now, 5 carries, 24 yards for him. Katron with a couple runs there on that drive as well, 3 of 12 for him now too. Lambert Smith on 3 catches, 111 yards receiving, and the first score of the season. Harrison Wallace a catch for 18 yards. Allen a catch out of the backfield for 15. Malik McLean had 2 catches for 11 yards on that drive. So he's in the mix there at receiver as well. Transfer from Florida State. Tight ends had a couple, good blocks there, especially on the wing T touchdown. So Penn State 14, West Virginia 7. We'll get back to it shortly. So once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Don't stop believing. I think a little too early to be playing that. I mean, it's only the first half, and yep. I guess West Virginia's band was smart. They're wearing white too. But we'll see here what the Mountaineers do. Come on, defense. Mixed up. Let's go. First and 10 from the 25. Now running option far side. Pitch. Loss of a yard. Pushed out by, that's Cam Miller, number 5. So 2nd and 11. As Penn State's got the blue Nike Penn State Chipmunk logo polos for coaching staff this season. Over the middle, pass is caught, first down, Mountaineers. Motion man, they'll fake the toss to him, but hand off, maybe half yard if they're lucky, second down. Jacobs, DeLuca, Fisher on the tackle. They'll sub in denied Dennis Sutton. 7.5 to play in the half. 2nd and 9 for WVU. We've had, one penalty called. It's a fucking false start on Penn State. So the refs are letting them play. Might call timeout here. Play clock winding down, and they do. So timeout, West Virginia. Another commercial break. All right. That's getting a little old already. But, no, Beaver Stadium's pumped up. I mean, I'm pumped up as well. I mean, it's been a long off season, to say the least. Went by just like that, though. I mean, August in general, most recently, just flew by. Football season creeped up on us once again, as it always does. And I'm not gonna, say that's a bad thing, but here we are for football season. Already, I know, already. It seems like last season just ended. Well, it did, but that was then, this is now. What's in the past is in the past. Here we are, fresh, clean slate. They start strong, touchdown, give up a touchdown, score again. So, big non-conference home game tonight, yeah. They, of course, just wrapped up with a series with Auburn the past 2 years. Before that, it was Pitt as the big non-conference opponent. And once again, Penn State and West Virginia fans can all agree, eat shit, Pitt. But, this is one of the old school, regionally rivalries that went away with conference realignment back in the day, let alone going to go away again when this new conference realignment, takes effect. Unless they would meet, like in the playoffs of some sorts or a bowl game. Which came close during the COVID season, I do recall. There was a potential matchup in the works with Penn State and West Virginia to play a bowl game that season, but it didn't happen. Because Penn State then declined to even go to a bowl game. Even though everybody was eligible, they decided not to. But yeah, first meeting since '92. So it's 2023, and 31 years later, we meet again. Only 3 hours apart, just like Penn State and Pitt are. Second and 9, quick screen, near side, and a couple missed tackles by Penn State defensively. They finally bring him down, but not until after he gets the first down. So first down, West Virginia. They're keeping it simple. They're running up the middle. Penn State really can't stop them. They can, but they can't. They have, but they haven't been able to. But then it's the short, bubble screens, or just get the defense to give you the pressure, and then somebody's going to be open over the middle, and they've found it. So they're going to run a double reverse, and then a flea flicker. He pump fakes, going to step up, and then he slides, and it'll be a loss of about 6. So second and long. Yeah, Dom DeLuca, who's wearing number 0 for Penn State, makes the tackle. 6 minutes and counting to play in the first half here. Penn State 14, West Virginia 7. From the 47, Garrett Green going to go down the middle, incomplete, intended for Carter. So incomplete, third, and give me a hell yeah. Good. Wasn't a bad trick play. It's just Penn State read it, and they made the stop and put West Virginia in a situation, and then incompletion. Now here's this play. So here we go. And then, oh, come on. Carter on the tackle. We'll see where they mark it. It's going to be 4th down now. See if they go for it or not. But he should have been sacked, for one. And then they give up that, and okay. Got what he got. Now it's 4th and 5. They're going to go for it from the 44. 4th and 5. Whatever you do, do not jump off sides. Because then it'll be a first down. Because they sure as hell ain't kicking a long field goal. They don't want to pin them deep either, it seems like. They'll go for it. Garrett Green looking to throw. Slant, incomplete. So turnover on downs, Penn State football. 5:01 to play in the half. Up 7, you got 2 timeouts. 56 yards to go for Pater. Pretty decently sized short field coming up. If you don't get some points, I'd be disappointed. I'll take a field goal. Touchdown's even better here coming up. But, yeah. Get some more points here before halftime. Get the ball coming out of halftime. Put the pressure on them, not yourself, okay? Get this run game going still. I mean, for as good as they were at running the football last year, now it seems like, they've had a couple decent runs tonight, but it's not been consistent yet. I get it's week 1, but still. It seems like they're already going back to not being able to run the football already. Like, come on. And for, new starting quarterback, run game's going to be his best friend, along with checking it down in the screen game and checking it down over the middle to your tight ends. Keep the defense off balance, run to pass, and then you pass to run if you go deep, and then, punch it in. But which they did, in their last touchdown drive, but defense gets a turnover on downs there. Offense getting the ball back here, 1st and 10, 44-yard line. So, it's a pretty decently sized short field coming up for Penn State offensively. We'll see what they can do. 5 minutes, 2 timeouts, up 7. Go on a fucking 5-minute drive, and score. And then have a, depending on what they do then, early 3rd quarter, for God's sakes, like at a max 14-point swing to the mid-3rd quarter then at that point. So we'll see. Of course, at a minimum, it would be 0 because they don't score at all on either of them, but then you'd hope for at least a field goal or 2, or a combination of both, touchdown and field goal, let alone 2 touchdowns. But get some points on this drive, please. Like, their touchdown drives thus far, timing-wise. If I can pull that up, it lets me. maybe not. I'd like team stats, please. Thank you. No, I'm going to get them. I guess not. But it took up touchdown drives at least a couple minutes apiece. 1st and 10, Aller rolls out far side, complete. Harrison Wallace inside the 40, just like that. Bada boom, bada bang, first down. Simple crosser, and he's wide open. Dante Cephas in the ball game at receiver as well, number 3 from Kent State. So from the 39, 1st and 10. Handoff, Katron Allen. And the fat man gets about 7, maybe 8 yards. 2nd down and short coming up. Like, that's how deep they are at receiver, like I was saying earlier. I mean, shit, this is like the third group of 3, let alone 4, that they've already played in this first half. All starts up front. Nice block there by Oos. Vega Ione, 71 at right guard. He's 6'4", 350 pounds. 2nd and 2, almost jumped off sides. Under 10 on the play clock here. Allen will move from the left to the right of Aller. Tyler Warren in motion, high snap, handoff, fat man to the 22. 1st down, Penn State. Penn State with a new play-by-play PA announcer inside Beaver Stadium this year. So that's going to have to take some time to get used to. But still, got the 2 timeouts. Already taken up 2 minutes. Another 1st down. Knocking on the door. Allen motions out. Bubble screen far side. About 2 yards, maybe 3. Harrison Wallace, 2nd down and 8 for Penn State. Come on, you got to score. Get some points. Aller getting pressured, avoids a sack by throwing it away. No intentional grounding because Allen was in the area, so incomplete. 3rd down and 8. And they're in field goal range, so if they don't convert here on 3rd down, you kick it. Do not end up fucking going for it on 4th and a yard. You take the fucking points, James Franklin, okay? But get the 1st down if you can get the 1st down here. 3rd and 8, Penn State from 21. Take it easy. Slow down here. Now West Virginia's band is in all yellow. Aller looking to throw. Rolls out and caught Warren at the 4. They say he bobbled it incomplete out of bounds. See a replay, please? So 4th down, they'll kick it. Caught it. Yeah, that's incomplete. Left foot was out of bounds. Okay. And then he bobbled it on top of it, so definitely incomplete. And here's Sanders and Haydak's first field goal of the season. So 21, another 31 with the end zone. 38, 39 yarder. Yeah, all right. Sanders and Haydak, 38-yard field goal. Up and good. And then they say no good. Right there on the right upright. It obviously hooked wide right the last second. That looked good. Good snap, good hold. And yeah, he just hooked it wide right. Okay, no good. He missed the field goal from 38. So West Virginia is going to get the ball there, and all of 1st and 10 when we come back. So Penn State, after all that, they get nothing. Big old goose egg. Still 14-7. See what West Virginia does here. 2-minute offense. You know, they're going to hope to get some points, I think, before halftime for sure. You know, just because Penn State's getting the ball then to begin the second half. You know, West Virginia's defense, of course, going to have to make some stops. I mean, they made one there. Penn State missed a field goal. So back to having fucking issues at kicker. Jesus Christ. Which that wasn't like he completely shanked it. It was just an inch off. But for the brand, I mean, if it ain't good, it's no good. You know, so they get nothing. Just points left off the board. You know, we'll see if that 3 comes back to bite them later on or not. You know, like, just frustrating. Just, they made up for the timeout that they had to use. They scored on that drive then. But then they get the ball back, take up time, should have scored, and then they missed the field goal right before halftime here. That's just, it's tough. It's very frustrating. Like, that shouldn't happen. You know, but credit to West Virginia. So, we'll see what they do offensively and see what Penn State does to stop them on defense. You know, Bill Carter's been quiet thus far. He hasn't done a hell of a lot. You know, Penn State's D-line, especially up front in the middle, they're giving up the short yards in the run game. They're not really getting a hell of a lot of pressure. I mean, Aller's been sacked more times than Garrett Green already has. I mean, they both rolled out and tried to run. Green's better at that than Aller is, for sure. But then Aller's got a better arm than Garrett Green does, so we've seen, because he really hasn't thrown the ball yet. But Penn State's just got to stop the run here, and then, you know, in the back end of the defense, make sure they don't give a big play. So quarterback keeper and maybe 5-6 yards. So West Virginia's got 2 timeouts as well now, under 2 minutes to play. Be second down. So we'll see what they do here. Handoff, and they wrap him up right away. That's Zane Durant, number 28. And Penn State will take a timeout. Smart. I mean, they have 2 of them as well. Third down coming up, so if they stop them here once more, call another timeout, force a punt, get the ball back with maybe around a minute to play. You'd have to drive the length of the field, no timeout, so under a minute to, you know, try to drive and score. Maybe get that field goal back that you just missed, let alone score a touchdown. You know, they still left 3 points off the board, though, and that's disappointing. So we'll see what West Virginia does here on 3rd and 6. As Neil Brown, yes, is calling the plays. He's a former offensive coordinator. Of course, head coach at Troy, got the West Virginia job 5 years ago. Seemed like a good hire at the time. You know, really hasn't been that great since. Seemingly, according to some, fighting for his job. And they got a tough schedule, but he lost his offensive coordinator, so he's back to calling plays. And, you know, they're on the road to start the year. Hostile environment, rivalry game, first meeting in 31 years. You know, they get sacked. They bring him down. Curtis Jacobs. There's a flag on the play. Tell me, please, it's not on Penn State. Holding, offense, decline it. Thank you. 4th down, make them fucking punt. Clock's going to stop because of that penalty too, so Penn State keeps their timeout. So they'll get the ball back about a minute and timeout to use here before halftime, drive the length of the field. And yeah, that's a Huggy Bear hold. That's a clear fucking hold on the left guard for sure, yeah. He literally tackled him to the ground. You can't do that. And then they still sacked his ass anyway, so it wasn't that good of a hold if they still brought him down. But fourth down, West Virginia going to punt. Penn State, again, ball back, about a minute to play here. Still have a timeout. So we'll see what they do here before halftime, and then they'll also get the ball back to begin the second half. So still could double dip. Could still be a 14-point swing at a max. Penn State still calls a timeout. Okay, so Penn State now with no timeouts left. The clock should have stopped, though, on that flag. But even not, yeah, you don't want that 40 seconds to run. You'd be under a minute, have the timeout, still have the same length to go. You'd rather have the time, minute 24, no timeouts, than less time and one timeout, I guess. Yeah, that's true. To, try to drive and score. So West Virginia on to punt here. And they boom it. Fair catch at the 31. Oh, come on. That's fucking catch interference. He literally tackled him. Come on. Boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. Come on. Yeah, Zebras, huddle up. Get this fucking right. Throw the flag. That is catch interference. He signaled for the fair catch and then got fucking drilled. No foul on the play. And then, well, that's a fucking face mask for one. And he pushed him into him. Come on. Yeah. Fuck you. Go to hell. Why don't you hand off to Singleton here and go fucking about 70 yards to the house. 1st and 10, Penn State. And they will give to 10. And he bounces it far side. And, well, that's a fucking horse collar. Where's the flag on that? Thank you. It wasn't even the fucking ref that was right there. It was the one that was 20 yards away that threw it. At least he can fucking see. Jesus Christ. That's free 15 yards. Thank you. Make up for the fucking blown call you just made. That's a clear-cut penalty, too. So, 1st down, Penn State. Jesus fucking Christ, you goddamn refs. 2023, nothing's changed with them. Blind as a fucking bat. So, 1st and 10, Penn State. 1:11 to play here. Out past midfield now at the 46. Empty set as Singleton motions out near side. Why don't you go deep? I'll run a screen to the tight end. Or, excuse me, that's Liam Clifford, number 2, and he's got a blocker, and he'll get inside the 30. So, got out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop on 1st down because we're under 2 minutes now here at the end of the second quarter. But if you get a 1st down at any point in time other in the game, clock still rolls. That's technically the new rule. It stops only under 2 minutes at the end of the second and end of the fourth quarter now, if you get a 1st down. So minute 3 to play, 1st and 10, Penn State. Aller looking to throw, far side, caught. Harrison Wallace, and guess what? He got out of bounds again, another 1st down, so the clock's going to stop once more. So they're moving downfield with ease, and hey, good clock management here as well. Penalty helped out. They should have had another extra 15 on top of it. You know, they'd fucking already be inside the red zone at this point. Now we got a timeout, West Virginia. All right. But, well, technically, well, we already are in the red zone. Penn State is at the 17, but it'd be inside like the 10, let alone the 5-yard line right now. It'd be half the distance, a little bit. Oh, now they're saying it's not a horse collar, but what do you fucking know? So shut the fuck up. They called it. End of story. First down. Penn State continues to move on. West Virginia calls timeout here to reset, try to make a stop. Yeah, that's still a penalty. Technically, he had this finger in the ear hole, giving him a fucking wet willy on the tackle on the horse collar. So West Virginia getting nasty. 1st and 10, Penn State. Ball at the 17-yard line here. You got to score. You got to punch this in now. At least get a field goal. But you fucking missed a 38-yarder on your last drive. So they're going to be hesitant to kick now because he fucking missed. Play clock at 5. No timeouts. Got to go. Got to go. Get it off. Aller in the end zone. Almost picked off, and thank God it fell incomplete. 2nd down and 10. That was close. That's the second time he's almost been picked off. It was intended for Lambert Smith. Yeah, that probably should have been picked off for sure. And then that would have been more points left off the board. You know, you're that close to the end zone, back-to-back drives, you don't score at all. I mean, come on. When you could have had a field goal, could have had a touchdown. 2nd and 10 here. Drive stays alive for the time being. Aller looking to throw all day. All day going to step up. And then he gets fucking sacked. He had all day to throw, and he still gets sacked. So that's on him more than the offensive line. He's got to make a play. He's got to get rid of the ball. Clock's going to roll. And then timeouts, 30 seconds. Looking to throw again. 3rd and long. And then he now throws it away incomplete. 4th down. Now they're going to kick it. So the pressure's getting to him, and he doesn't know what the fuck to do. Throw it away. I mean, that's just good coverage, though, too. Nobody's open. He can't really do much. He's trying to scramble, trying to do too much, and they get to him. So he's getting banged up. That's going to be one of his downfalls. So now they're going to have to attempt another field goal here. West Virginia got another injured player. 26 seconds to play here in the half. 14-7 Penn State. But make the field goal. Do not miss another field goal. Because then that's another 3 points left off the board. And then you're still stuck at 14-7 when it really should be 17-7. You know, make another field goal. 20-7. Let alone you score on both drives. It's 28-7. But then you miss the one. It's still 14-7. Here's the other kick. We'll see if he makes it or not. And, you know, 17-7. But should be about a 34, 35-yarder. He just missed from 38. Sander Sahadak, a lefty from 34, and West Virginia's going to ice them with their final timeout. But you can't call back-to-back timeouts. That's a penalty now. All right, I guess these refs don't fucking give a shit and they don't actually read the fucking rule book. Well, I guess technically they weren't back-to-back. They were in 2 and 3 plays. My bad. All right. Still. They iced the kicker there. So Sanders to Haydak from 34 yards in the middle of the field. Okay? Kicks up. Kick is no good again. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Good snap. Good hold. And he fucking hooked it wide right again. Oh my God. They've left now 6 points off the board. It's still 14-7. Really should be 17, let alone 20-7. 21-28-7 for that matter. 22 seconds to play here in the half. West Virginia's probably just going to take a knee. They will. So Penn State leads West Virginia at halftime, 14-7 here tonight. Penn State will get the ball to begin the second half, but they've missed back-to-back field goals from inside of 40 yards on back-to-back drives to end the half. I mean, come on now, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ. How in the hell? So really good from Franklin on Drew Aller. A lot, yeah, they are. I mean, they got to figure out special teams, though, man. (14-7) Penn State at halftime on top of West Virginia. I mean, just even more frustrating now. You missed two, not one, but two field goals. Man, just, I don't even know what to say at that. I don't. I'd like some team stats if I can get them, but it doesn't look like I'm getting them. But at halftime, yes, Penn State leads West Virginia 14-7. That doesn't have it either. Maybe I won't get it until the end of the game. We'll see. He's good on an extra point, but he's 0 for 2 on field goals. And then the scoring drives. Officially, with 10:13 to play in the first quarter, Drew Aller found Keandre Lambert-Smith for a 72-yard touchdown. Penn State went up 7-0. And then C.J. Donaldson had a 1-yard rushing touchdown early second quarter to tie it at 7. Penn State with the wing T rushing touchdown under 10 to play in the half to retake the lead at 14-7. Penn State back-to-back drives, though, to end the half within the past 5 minutes. Missed 2 field goals inside of 40. Like, I don't know how the hell that happens. I don't. But At least they have the lead. At least they're getting the ball back to begin the second half. It's just they left points off the board. Just hopefully those points don't come back to bite them, when it's all said and done. At halftime, Penn State leads West Virginia 14-7. Garrett Green's 5 of 10, 67 yards. CJ Donaldson, 9 carries, 33 yards, and a touchdown. Garrett Green has 9 carries, 31 yards as well. That's balance in the run game. That's as even gets. Devin Carter has the 1 catch for 37 yards because of the blown coverage. Cole Taylor, stretch tight end from LSU, has a catch for 17 yards. Jalen Anderson, 1 for 10. Donaldson has a catch for a couple yards out of the backfield as well. West Virginia's defense finally getting pressure to Drew Aller, I might add, as well, which he's got to figure that out. He's almost been intercepted a few times by them as well, I might add. Michael P.S. Hayes kicking for WVU tonight, good on his extra point, but they haven't even come close to field goal range. They scored. They went for it on 4th down from the 44. Didn't get it. Penn State took over, but then missed the field goal, got the ball back again. Couple penalties there. One was called, one wasn't. And then they missed another field goal. So, Drew Aller at halftime, he is playing good. Okay, he's not 9 of 10 like he was last time I updated this. He's now 13 of 18. So a couple more incompletions. Should have been picked off a couple times, I might add. But he does have 214 yards passing, and it does have a touchdown to, go up 7-0 there, the strike to Lambert Smith. But he's getting pressure, even though the offensive line has given him all day to throw. So then that's on him to get the ball to a receiver if they're open, or just throw it away. But then that's also good coverage, so give credit to West Virginia. But also, tuck it and run, man. Go, run. Penn State running game, balanced as well for the most part. Would like more than they already have run the football, but we'll see. They're going to get the ball back here to begin the second half. They're at home. They currently have a lead. Why not run the ball and work some clock? That last drive before they missed the other field goal, they were play after play after play getting yardage, but they weren't taking up much time. So, okay, that's good, but then when you don't get anything out of it, it doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, Aller's 13 of 18, 214 in the score. Nick Singleton has 6 carries, 34 yards rushing him a touchdown. Katron Allen, 5 of 28 on the ground. Lambert Smith has gone quiet, still 3 of 111 yards receiving and a touchdown. But then they've also been getting the other receivers involved. Harrison Wallace has 4 catches, 50 yards. Malik McClain, the transfer wide receiver from Florida State, has 2 catches, 11 yards. They had Dante Cephas in there. No catches for him just yet. He's the transfer wide receiver from Kent State. Liam Clifford, Sean's little brother, the Little Red Dog, has a catch for 17 yards, I might add, as well. Doesn't seem like Omari Evans is playing tonight, as he was questionable entering the game. But he's another one to watch out for, as the season progresses, at wide receiver for the Nittany Lions. They're trying to work the screen game, but only 2 catches for 16 yards total to both backs. And then, surprisingly, they're not getting the tight ends involved. You have Theo Johnson, you have Tyler Warren, you have Khalil Dinkins, you have Jerry Cross, okay? Tyler Warren's the only one that has a catch, and it's 1 catch for 9 yards. So get the tight ends involved in this second half, please, and thank you, okay? Run the goddamn ball. Keep it simple for Drew. Have him roll out, throw the crossers that he's been doing, but get the tight ends involved some more. Take a shot or two if you want. Just, don't turn it over. Come close to throwing a couple picks. Knock on wood, no turnovers. That includes fumbles. Just the defense, yes, has given up some yardage. They're still holding the lead, though. Offense was able to score again, retake the lead. So just keep it simple, run the ball. I mean, he doesn't need to throw for the 500-yard Shedeur Sanders threw for earlier today by any means. That was a shootout back and forth. That's why he did so. And Deion Sanders in Colorado did defeat TCU, who played the national championship game last year against the Georgia Bulldogs before they got fucked up, and they were just showing off some highlights of earlier games here this afternoon, which we'll get to a little recap here in a minute. But just I don't know what else I can say other than what I've said. So I'll keep it at that. But just keep it simple, some balance and consistency, which it's there. The run game could be more though. I'm not asking you to do all this at once, just a little bit at a time, but it needs to build up. You need a foundation to build a house, correct? Yes. Okay. It all starts up front with the line. They've done well. They had a false start on a punt. The other penalties have come from West Virginia. Couple missed calls, I might add, as well from the refs. We were pissed about that. But Drew's got to get rid of the ball if he's getting pressured. He's got to learn to throw it away. Tuck it and run. Just go, okay? Check down if it's there. But West Virginia, once again, credit the defense. They're getting pressure and they're making some stops and they're covering well. But then Penn State's also doing a good job of finding the open holes, open spots, and moving the football downfield and scoring 2 touchdowns. Probably should have had 2 more, but then they settled for 2 field goals, but they missed both field goals. So they leave 6 points off the board. But this defense overall might have to fucking win them the game. If it comes down to it. Hopefully it doesn't, but it might. And I have a feeling it might at this rate with the way, the end of the first half there ended. I mean, they're going to have to find another way to score some points if they can't fucking kick field goals. That's defensively, that's special teams in the return game. And they're going to get the ball to begin the second half here, so West Virginia's going to kick off. So maybe get some good field position here, okay? And then slow and steady, keep it simple, the balance, the consistency, and then, work from there. So it'd be a whole different ball game if they, one, made the field goals they missed. They'd be up at least 2 scores at 20-7, 2 scores at 17-7 for that matter, because it'd be a 10-point lead. That's 2 scores. Let alone 2 touchdowns, 28-7, or 1 touchdown, 21-7, or 1 touchdown and 1 field goal, 24-7. Okay, but it'd also be a whole different ball game if they would have turned the ball over, 2 dropped interceptions by West Virginia, and then they capitalize on them. Hell, this game might be a hell of a lot closer than it is. I mean, it's only a 7-point lead, but I mean, you can get closer than that. Okay, they might have it tied. They might have a lead for all we know. Okay. So Penn State's a little lucky, in my opinion, right now to only be up 7, but they should be up more, okay? They should be up more, but they're not, unfortunately. So, yeah, at halftime, it's 14-7. We'll see where we go from here. But you got to, take it easy. Calm down. Relax. They are getting antsy there at times, I noticed. Just don't turn the ball over. Make your fucking field goals. Make your kicks. So that's where we're at. Run the ball more. You have a lead. You're at home. Crowd's going to be behind you. Okay? Run the ball. Work clock. Extend your lead. Put the pressure on West Virginia, not yourself. How hard that's going to be to do, but or not do for that matter. I mean, that's not as hard as it looks, okay? Might be at times, but just Do you go out and play? All right, put it to them. So I'll leave it at that. Make sure I didn't miss anything from earlier before we move on. Because here before too long, they're going to be bringing them out. They're going to be shouting. Surprisingly, there's been no replays. And, I mean, there was a bad call there on the kick catch interference. Then they made it up play later for the horse collar, which was a horse collar. Both were penalties. So they only got the one, and then they still missed the fucking field goal anyway, so it didn't fucking matter. But surprisingly, yeah, they haven't gone to the replay booth to think about them and tell us something good. I don't know why they played Don't Stop Believing as early as they did. Like, it ain't fucking, 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and they're down. Like, they were up. And it was early second quarter. Like, that was a little weird. They played that early. Because as Blackledge even said, he knows he's a Penn Stater. And if you're a Penn Stater too, Ariel shot at Beaver Stadium there, halftime continues. Like, they have a set way on how they do stuff. You got to have a routine. Like, here before too long, unless they switch Living on a Prayer and Don't Stop Believing, I don't know. We'll see. But we'll be here in Sweet Caroline, and then, hopefully some, oh, what a night, and, right back where we started from at the end of the game. But, I just don't understand how you can fucking leave those points off the board. Because now they're going to get it in their head that they can't make field goals. And they're going to go for it. And then it's going to fucking cost them. I can already fucking see it. Because it's happened numerous times. But that's the only good thing out of all this. They will get the ball to begin the second half. And still with a 7.14-7 lead. So, yeah, just... we'll see what it gives. Sure as always, something will. So, yeah, just let me scroll through this stuff and make sure once more I did not forget anything from earlier before we move on. Once more, it doesn't seem to be the case. So, I mean, if they do make a kicking change from Sanders to Haydack, as we see the Big Ten map commercial that they're going to have to expand next year, add USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington. Got conference realignment going crazy once more. Commercial's good. I still don't think it's as good as the one they had beforehand. But that one's grown on me too, because they've had that now for a little while. But it just shows where everybody's at. And the Big Ten was Big Ten with 10 schools until Penn State joined in 93. 92 was the last time these two teams met. Big Ten had 11 schools until Nebraska joined in 11, to make it 12 schools. And then in 14, when both Maryland Rutgers joined, it made it 14. And then from 14 to 18, a decade later in 2024, the Big Ten will also have USC and UCLA, along with Oregon and Stanford. Or Oregon and Washington, excuse me. Stanford yesterday going to go to the ACC with Cal, along with SMU for whatever fucking reason. Would have liked to have seen Stanford and Cal in the Big Ten, potentially with Notre Dame, but, Notre Dame does what they want. They're scared. Among, if you want to go south a little bit, into Virginia and the Carolinas, let alone the whole way down the coast to Florida, we'll see what happens in the near future for conference realignment. But it looks like you'll have your Big Ten, SEC powerhouse conferences. The Big 12's in a good spot now. The Pac-12 is fucking dissolved in front of our very eyes. And then you have the ACC, along with the American Conference USA, the Sun Belt, and then the Mountain West. There's been some consolidation, if you will, with conference realignment. But as I was going to say with kicker, if they'd move on from Sanders to Haydak, I would have to think it'd have to be Alex Felkins, number 91. He transferred in from Columbia. Ryan Barker, come on down. He kicks and punts. But then everybody else is a punter. We've seen Gabe Owusu struggle, but he's gotten better. He normally just does kickoffs. He did punt before, but now they have Riley Thompson. Paquetta's there as well, as mentioned, and they show off some highlights from the game. And it looks like we're going to start the second half here. So soon, during an upcoming commercial break, we'll get a recap of this opening weekend in college football. So stay tuned for that. But as halftime draws to a close, I just want to say, of course, we're about to begin the second half. Penn State getting the ball at 14-7. But thank you once again for tuning in and watching my West Virginia Penn State College Football Live Watch Along Reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, with the red subscribe button, notification button next to it, live right here on YouTube to stay up to date. Thumbs up button, share hashtag College Football, hashtag West Virginia, hashtag Penn State, hashtag WVU versus PSU. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as, once again, this video is powered by both Rogue Energy and HopeKThrifts. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shine, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below as West Virginia kicks off. And Penn State will let it bounce in the end zone, touchback, 1st and 10 in the Lions from the 25-yard line. Left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dial. There's Catherine Tappan with an update. Yeah, West Virginia surprisingly hasn't turned it over. Penn State too. Yeah, he's right. I mean, pressure on Drew Aller, and they might be in a position to make a play. Yep, exactly. Katron Allen for 3 yards. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Just like Blackledge said, the longer this game goes, the closer it is, the more pressure is going to be on Penn State. Even with a 7-point lead, West Virginia is there going to, be able to make plays too. It's true. They don't have anything to lose. It's a rivalry game, but Penn State's supposed to be good. West Virginia, so-so. So to the 32-yard line on the catch. Harrison Wallace be 3rd down and about 3 here for Penn State. Almost a minute into this 3rd quarter. Come on, guys, let's go. Get the tight ends involved. 3rd and 3. In an empty set. Watch them run a fucking quarterback draw here. Slant, caught, and dropped by Lambert Smith. Jesus Christ. Do not go for it. Punt. Pin them deep. Play defense. Jesus fucking Christ. He's wide open. Well, that's on Lambert Smith. He fucking dropped it. Allard took a shot, too. Yeah, that's on Lambert Smith. He just flat out dropped that. He would have caught it. He'd have been off to the races. Penn State to punt. Ooh, they almost blocked it. And caught about the 22, brought down to the 25. So 1st and 10, West Virginia now. As Penn State goes 3 now to begin the second half. So after all of that, they miss a field goal, they miss another field goal, and they go 3 and out. They seriously right there could have changed the game with a max of a 21-point swing. Could have got a combination of anything with the 2 field goals and a touchdown, 1 field goal, 1 touchdown, just the 2 field goals. But you know what they got out of those 3 fucking drives? Not a damn thing. Nothing. 0. So still 14-7. Just pathetic. You can't leave fucking points off the board like that. They run an end around. They get, I don't know, a couple yards here. 2nd down, West Virginia. He's been quiet in the middle of the defense. There's a flag on the play. Abdul Carter bounces the tackle, gets a 1st down, but there is a flag on the play. So we'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras here. So they, I think, blew it dead before the run anyway. So they'll probably replay the down. Yeah. Both head coaches are like, what the hell? What is it? Illegal shift on the offense. Not everybody was set. Yeah. Yeah. So they'll replay the down, be 2nd and 12 now for West Virginia. Green looking to throw. That's a hold. And then incomplete in the flat far side. So 3rd down. Come on, defense. Penn State playing off the ball. They hit him. Jalen Reed brings them down right away on the catch. 4th down, West Virginia. So both teams are going to go 3 and out now to begin the second half. So now we're going old school, defensive showdown, low-scoring game. Boom. Yep. So West Virginia now going to punt. And Caden Saunders back deep to receive. Fair catch signal for again. And that'll be at the 42-yard line. So 1st and 10 Penn State from there. 12:02 to play in the 3rd. So they'll go to break, and we'll get back to the action shortly. Penn State ball, 1st and 10. So now, college football. The 2023 season has begun. We had week 0 last week. We had week 1 begin the other night. So here are your scores from across the country. From near and far, ongoing live right now, the defending national champions, Georgia. The Bulldogs lead UT Martin and will win. There's about 2 minutes to play. They're up 38-7. Florida Atlantic on top, make that 42 to 7. 41 to 7, excuse me, they kick the field goal. Florida Atlantic's up on Monmouth 42 to 20. USC 52-7 leading Nevada. Maine at Florida International. It's 14-12. Panthers on top of the Black Bears. Kansas State shutting out Southeast Missouri State 38-0. Texas A&M 35-10 on top of New Mexico. Army 13-3 at Louisiana Monroe. Vandy's leading Alabama A&M, not the Tide, 26-10, late third quarter. Washington State at Colorado State 29-3. Cougs. Texas State 35-21 lead on top of Baylor. Wow. Texas State is leading Baylor 35-21. That's a surprise. Still 6 minutes to play in the third, but still. Houston's on top of UTSA 10-7. Oklahoma State 13-7 on top of Central Arkansas. Memphis 49-7 leading Bethune-Cookman. Southern Miss 30-7 lead on top of Alcorn State. Troy 41-20 lead over Stephen F. Austin. Alabama shutting out Middle Tennessee State 28-zip, just started the second half. North Carolina, South Carolina coming out of halftime. Tar Heels lead the Gamecocks 17-14. Toledo is beating Illinois 12-7 early third quarter. Tulane 24-10 on top of South Alabama. Virginia Tech's beating Old Dominion 16-7. Louisiana Lafayette on top of Northwestern State 7-3. Texas Tech shutting out Wyoming 17-zip. New Mexico State the same on Western Illinois 6-0. And then UTEP and Incarnate World tied at 7. First and 10, Penn State, handoff Singleton. Coming up next, we'll get into what happened earlier today. So stay tuned. But second down here for the Nitwits. Second down and 7 officially. Trips in a bunch near side. Lambert Smith in motion. 5-4 is the mic, says Drew Aller. And Aller's pass near side caught Liam Clifford, the little red dog, for first down. Woof. Yeah. Another trips in a bunch formation. Bubble screen complete. Harrison Wallace, a couple blocks, but only a couple yards on the reception. Harrison Wallace is limping a little bit. He seems like he's been having a nagging injury all game, but second down and 7, 8 again here. Yeah, 10 games is 10 games. Second and 7 here from the 42. They started this drive at the 42. Now they're at the West Virginia 42. Handoff, Singleton. Singleton down inside the 30. Hold on to it, buddy. First down, Penn State. All starts up front. Wanted to cut in the middle, go left, but he bounced it right and got a first down. Trips far side. Under 10 here to play in the third. Both teams went 3 and outs beginning the second half here, as the Blue Band makes their rounds in the stadium. Penn State forever. Got a first and 10 of the 28. Another give. Yes, Singleton up the middle for about a yard, maybe 2 if he's lucky. Second down. Tight ends. Come on. Go to Theo Johnson. Go to Tyler Warren. Go to Dinkins. Go to Jerry Cross. Whoever's in wide receiver, get them the fucking football too. Run the screen with Singleton here. Aller looking to throw. Far side, caught. Harrison Wallace about the 11. First down, Penn State. So now at the 12, they got 8 shots to punch it in. It's not a goal to go yet. So if you don't score another fucking touchdown here, there's something wrong. If you have to settle for 3 and miss it again, oh my God. But a first down, Penn State. Run it. Come on. Punch it in. Aller's going to be up under center. Motion man's Lambert Smith. And they will fake the run. Aller's looking to throw back of the end zone. Lambert Smith caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Sliding into the no-fly zone. And that's Lambert Smith's second touchdown of the game. Penn State now up 2 scores, 20-7, 8:36 to play in the third. Extra point to come. They brought Lambert Smith in motion from the near side into the line, had him sort of cross the defense when they brought everybody else from the far side cross to the near side, and everybody was, jambled up in the middle, and then he's wide open, and Aller finds him touchdown. And now Falcons in to kick. His extra point up and good. So 21-7 now, Penn State. So Sanderson Haydak good on his 2 extra points. Missed 2 field goals, though, from inside of 40. And Falcons' extra point is up and good. Penn State now leads it 21-7 on top of West Virginia here, midway through the third quarter. So still left 6 points off the board. We'll see if that comes back to hurt them. But Drew Aller now officially with 2 passing touchdowns. Singleton, of course, has the rushing touchdown. The closest West Virginia has got thus far is when they tied it up, okay, at 7. But Drew Aller, 17-23, 244. Make that 18-24, 256, and 2 touchdowns, as it literally updated as I was reading it. Singleton now 9 carries, 53 yards, and a touchdown. Fat Man 6-30. Lambert Smith 4 catches, 123 yards, and 2 scores. Harrison Wallace 7 catches for 72 yards. So those are your main 2 receivers, and then it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch them all around. Play whoever you want. Because a couple others have a couple catches apiece. They need to get these tight ends involved, though, and they need to run the ball more. Defense still needs to make stops, maybe force turnover or 2 here, capitalize off of that. Can't leave points off the board like they have, missing field goals, but then they make a kicking change. No more Sanderson Haydak. It's Alex Falcons from Columbia. Luke Combs, part of Columbia, not the university, but he'll be playing at Beaver Stadium in the spring. I'm sure there's been a lot of fans drinking some long neck ice cold beers all day long, let alone now inside of Beaver Stadium as they introduce alcohol for the first time last year, and then also had it return here tonight for this season, and added some more of a selection, including some locals. So shout out to them. Officially the local beers. And now we're halfway there. We're living on a prayer. Of course, Michelob Ultra is Anheuser-Busch, so fuck Bud Light. Don't be drinking that tranny light shit. They have Miller Lite. Surprisingly, no Coors, but they do have Yingling for all us Pennsylvanians, and Blue Moon. And then the local beers are State Light, Melon Time, Summer Shandy, the Fans, and a Whiteout Cider. And Penn State also added some new concessions inside of Beaver Stadium this year as well. Of course, you can still get your chicken strip basket, chicken finger basket, and fries. but they added a few local mom and pops to the concessions this year, along with some other within the surrounding area main concessions that you would see at an arena or another stadium. And they stick with Pepsi as well, so fuck off the Coca-Cola. But 1st and 10, West Virginia here from the 25. About a 7-8 yard gain, and as NBC shows off a top 25 scoreboard ticker up in the top right-hand corner from games from earlier today. We'll get more into those results shortly. Bubble screen complete, and Johnny Dixon makes the stop. So 3rd down here for the Mountaineers. A couple good blocks, but went nowhere. Let's see what they do here, 3rd and short. 3rd and 3 officially for West Virginia. Play clock at 3, 2, 1, they get it off. Handoff, 1st down. And yeah, Kalen King along with Curtis Jacobs on the tackle. Come on, defense, let's make some more stops here. From the 38. And they'll hand off. And to the 45 they go. So another 7-8 yards. Penn State's been giving them that all night, If West Virginia could throw the football, this might actually be a hell of a lot closer than it is. Like, you would think they'd want to take a shot here before too long, right? Maybe, maybe not. Garrett Green going to step up. Throw is complete. Elsden on the tackle. So another 1st down for West Virginia. As Beeman chased down Green, Elsden on the tackle. From the 41, 1st and 10. You smell what I smell? Maybe a turnover cooking here. Green going deep, far side. Incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon on Carter. So 2nd down and 10. Maybe a little bit of a push off, but good coverage. James Franklin going to cover him as well, looked like. And it falls incomplete. They do take a shot, though, there. I mean, yeah, it probably should have been, if he would have turned around a little bit more. So 2nd and 10. Green going to hand off, and they wrap him up right away. So no gain on the play. Got a flag in the back of the secondary. This might be a defensive hold, though. Holding on the offense, actually. 10 yards, replay the down. So 2nd and 20 now for West Virginia. Yeah, that's a hold. He fucking was hugging him. Wonder where Bob Huggins is going to land if he ever wants to coach again. That was bullshit what they did to him, forcing him out the way they did. But that's just fucking politics for you. I get shit happens, it's life, but movement up front. I think the ball was snapped, but nobody fucking moved. But Penn State noticed the ball was snapped, so they went after him. And then, yeah, just a couple yard gain there, and what, 3rd and long? Garrett Green gonna run. Tackle him. Jesus Christ. They finally do, and the South African and Jordan Vandenberg brings them down. Jesus Christ. 3rd and a mile, and you let them scramble and get a first down. Yeah, Carter's had a quiet game. He just missed a fucking tackle there. Now he got a whistle. So now the previous play is under further review to make sure he got the first down. So they'll look at it, they'll think about it, and then hopefully they tell us something good. 4:38 to play in this 3rd quarter. They'll fade to black and go to commercial. It's 21-7 Penn State. West Virginia ball, 3rd and long, but seemingly got the first down, but they're looking at it, so we'll get back to the action here shortly. Gotta stop the run. I said that at the start, and they can't. They can't. They simply can't stop the run. If only West Virginia could throw, So that should stand, I would think. Should be a first down here. But even if it's not, it'll be 4th and inches. They'll probably still end up going for it. They're down 2 scores here. A couple minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. And try to get some momentum on their side. I mean, they do have a good drive going. So we'll see here once we come back. But just, I don't even know why they're looking at it, for one. Seemed like a first down to me, but this also is good for Penn State's defense because they get a little bit of a break here to get some rest. It's a review, so it's a timeout basically. So maybe make a stop here, after this 3rd down, whether it's going to be 4th and inches or first down coming up. Like I said, maybe make a big play, get a turnover or 2 here shortly. Capitalize off of it, and going in the 4th quarter up 3 scores as the spread is. If they cover, they cover. If they don't, they don't. Who gives a fuck? Just win. But, at that rate, I would think the game's, pretty much over. I mean, West Virginia is able to run the ball. Penn State is too, to an extent. Not as good or as much as I'd like them to be running the ball tonight. I mean, it's a long season. We'll see how it goes from here. But yeah, just make a stop if they can. Oh shit, they overturned it. He was short, so it's 4th and inches. So they're going to go for it? He's a half yard shy. That's a first down. I don't know why I even looked at it. But yeah, West Virginia's going to go for it here anyway. Already 0 for 1 on 4th down tonight. But we'll see what happens here. Get a stop. I'd like a turnover. I would. If they can get it. They're going to sneak it again. They'll motion the tight end and push them. Yep. And they get the first down with ease once again, so. Yep. So the drive stays alive, but yeah, they have momentum. They have a good drive going here after the other Penn State touchdown. They're going to try to cut this lead. They're still alive. They're going to try to get back in this game if they can. Bubble screen, far side, complete, you know. Ain't that far out of reach, but we've still got a lot of time left, but it's going to here before too long start ticking away at them if they don't get something going. Even more so than they do right now. So Penn State can so they'll line up in a 4 down front. Got 3 receivers motion near side for West Virginia. There's a typical 4-3. And they lateral it near side. Nice tackle by Kalen King, and then Devon Ellies actually wraps him up. And now 3rd down and 7. He tripped him up, and then Ellies tackled him. 3rd and 7, they sort of go hurry up. Going deep, and in the end zone, incomplete. And no flag, good no call. 4th down, and I would think West Virginia's going to kick it here. Kick the field goal. Good coverage by Jalen Reed, yeah. They going to go for it again? I'd kick it. I'd be taking the points. I mean, it would be, what, a 27, 37, 45, 46 yarder. But West Virginia's going to go for it here again on 4th down. And Green gets drilled over the middle, incomplete. Another turnover on downs. As they dialed up a blitz and got him. We are Penn State. Adisa Isaac's having a game on defense. He is. So, still 21-7. Penn State getting the ball back. That right there for that 4th down, that's really the only other true one time West Virginia, could have kicked a field goal to cut the lead to 11 then. The other 4th down, they went for it. They're at the 44-yard line. 4th and 7, that was the longest 4th down they had gone for already tonight. Everything else was like 4th and a yard, 4th and 2. And converted for the most part. There was one time they didn't. Now Penn State getting the ball back. Up 14. A couple minutes to play in the 3rd. Run the ball. Work clock. Drew doesn't have to do a hell of a lot, I would think, the rest of the way. If he can do that. I mean, he's probably still going to have to make some plays. It's just, it seemed like earlier the pressure was getting to him. He was getting antsy. He was getting confused. He was getting flustered. And he wasn't throwing the ball away when he needed to, but he's also made all these other fucking plays. West Virginia's defense is all right, I mean, Penn State's making the plays that are just there for the taking, the open spots. But that's why I was saying with the run game, would truly like them to be running the ball now more than they have already, work some clock, potentially score again, and then at that rate, going in the 4th quarter with a 3-score lead, put the game out of reach. I think if that would happen, a lot of people would probably, head for the exits then anyway. But we're going to be here for the rest of the game and every game this season. And as I was saying earlier, technical difficulty, buffer disconnect, reconnect. Don't know why that happened, but it did. But we've been good since. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But for that or any other technical difficulty, if something happens, just stand by, and I'll get the stream back up and running ASAP. There's the creamery, showing us how they make ice cream here at Penn State. Largest run university creamery in the U.S. With fresh dairy milk. Can't say no to Penn State Mercury Creamery. Peachy Paterno. K-Tron now, the fat man. Probably eating some ice cream here. Gets 9 yards, so second and a yard here coming up. Warren in motion, far side. Get these tight ends involved too, man. That's what I've been saying. Allard, gonna step up, roll out, complete, midfield. Malik McLean from Florida State, and then gets pushed out. Been a while since a Penn State receiver has worn number 11. I mean, bringing back Tony Johnson memories from 20 years ago right there. You know, and Singleton and the fat man as his brother, Larry. Where's Joe Gatto at when you need him? But at 1st and 10, Penn State here at the 42, trips far side. The 11's normally, worn by a linebacker, and it still is, from LeVar, to Navarro Bowman, to Micah, and now Abdul Carter, who really came on early last year. Remember the first game, though, of the season last year, his first ever game at Purdue, true freshman, got fucking kicked out for a helmet to helmet. Oos has come in for J.B. Nelson, I might add, at left guard. Other offensive linemen are still the same. Allers pass, far side, complete. Dante Cephas from Kent State inside the 10. 1st and goal, Nittany Lions, under a minute to play in the third quarter. Hey, you get a catch, you get a catch, you get a catch. Yep. Bobbled it, but caught it. Aller over 300 passing. 1st and goal, Nittany Lions from the 7. Run it, come on. Run the damn ball. Yeah, they're lined up a little weird. Allen and Warren are in the wrong spots. Aller's pass, incomplete. Intent for Cephas. They went real quick on an out route at the goal line far side, but it fell incomplete. So 2nd and goal. Yeah, right through his fucking hands. Should have been a catch. And they would have dove for the goal line and probably would have scored. I mean, that was a bullet of a throw. I mean, sort of needed it to be that way, though, but he could have probably laid off on it by a little bit. But also, you don't want it to get picked off, You don't want to turn the ball over. Especially inside the fucking 10-yard line. Wallace in motion. Fake the give, and then it's dropped by Wallace in the flat near side. So 3rd and goal now. So now here we go again. Can drive, can get inside the red zone, but then they can't fucking score. Typical Penn State football. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he walks into the end zone if he catches it. A little too much on it. Ease the throw down. 3rd and goal, Penn State from the 7. And they'll run the fat man, and he'll be brought down right away. And why didn't you run that on fucking 1st down? Why didn't you run that on 2nd down? And then you run it on 3rd down. And then that'll do it for the third quarter. So they'll switch ends, go to the north end zone to begin the 4th. Penn State up 21-7. It looks like they're going to have to kick another field goal. And remember, they've already missed 2 field goals in that end zone. They're from the kicker who was pulled in 93, Sanders Haydak, for 91, Alex Felkins, who kicked the extra point when Penn State scored in the beginning of the third quarter there. But we got 15 to play in a rivalry game that hasn't been played in 30-plus years. Penn State's up 14. They'll meet again, yes, next year. 1 year from 2 days ago, August the 31st, 2024, down the lawn Pusker in Morgantown. But I don't just get how you can. It's frustrating as all hell, for one. But I don't get how you can, as it's just typical Penn State football, though, drive the way they have, and then they get inside the 10-yard line, and then they fucking act like they forget how to play football. You know, and then they can't punch it in and they can't score. Just, they shouldn't have to settle for another field goal here. That should have been a touchdown. On one of those plays, for that matter. Play calling very well could have been better, for sure. Yes, don't get me wrong. Once they got inside the 10 there, but still, they should have been able to score, but then they didn't. And don't go for it. You know, it's 4th and goal from the 7, because if you don't, you know, get a 7 or 8 yards, you're turning it over. Okay? It's not like 4th and 1 at the 7 to get to the 6 and the drive stays alive. They're going to kick it here as they switch ends and go up 24-7 when they've already left 6 points off the board, so it could have been 30-7, let alone, you know, another couple touchdowns, you know. Like, they're still trying to put it all together. It's the first game of the season, okay? They're playing a lot of players, as they did last year on defense. Now it's seemingly just in the secondary. They're rotating some guys in, of course, on the 2 lines and then at linebacker. But, you know, at wide receiver, because they have the depth, it's like they have like 3 different groups of 3 to, you know, just plug in and play. When your main 2 are Condre Lambert, Smith, and Harrison Walls, for sure. And then it's 3 could be this player, 4 could be this player, 5 could be this player, 6 could be this player. But then on any given week, those could flip-flop, you know. So, Finn clothesline. We are Penn State. Of course, you also got McClanahan's. Big Blue in the corner there. Nittany Outlet. But Penn State 25-yard field goal here. Alex Falcons from Columbia. Not the country, but the university. Snap, hold, kick, all up, and good. 24-7. He's your starting kicker, okay? So, of course, they have to fucking pan to Sanders to Haydock on the sideline. But Falcons kick good. And Final State. Roll, Lions, roll. We'll hit that line, roll up the score, fight on to victory evermore. Fight on, fight on, Penn State. S-T-A-T-E, go State. Oh! And now Simba's being raised in the air. See all those piss spots in the crowd? I just noticed that too. No, I knew West Virginia was going to travel. Like I said earlier, I knew they'd be, you know, in their section, but then also spaced out. But 24-7. 1 for 3 on field goals. But 1 for 1 on field goals is Alex Falcons. Sanders Haydock was 0 for 2. Seemingly already lost his job. And rightfully so, because he fucking missed his 2 field goals just wide right inside of 40, and then Falcons makes one, you know, from, you know, I guess around the same distance. So 24-7 really could be 27, 30-7. 31-38 to 7 at a max. So, a couple seconds into this fourth quarter, 24-7 Penn State, West Virginia ball, 1st and 10. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts, but depending on what happens here, as they wrap them up at the line of scrimmage, Beeman on the tackle, this game might be over. I'm not going to say yes it is just yet, but it might be over. I mean, 17 is 2.5 scores. I mean, they do have one full quarter here. But really all they've done all game is just run the ball. Garrett Green has not thrown hardly whatsoever tonight for West Virginia. So, like I was saying, if only, they had a passing game, maybe they'd be a little bit more of a threat. Green looking to throw. It's caught, but then they wrap him up right away after a pickup of 4. Deese Isaac on the tackle. 3rd down and about 5 here for WVU. So from the 30, out of the pistol, West Virginia 3rd and 5. Looking to throw is Green. Pump fake's going to step up and run, and he'll get the 1st down out past the 40 to the 45. KJ Winston on the tackle. That's his athleticism. That's him as a dual threat quarterback, being mobile. It's been Penn State's fucking kryptonite all night. They cannot stop the run. Especially a running quarterback. So from the 45, 1st and 10 Mountaineers. And then they'll run it up the middle and get close to another 1st down. Flag on the play. This might be coming back, though, for a hold. Yeah. Holding on West Virginia. Be 10 yards, replay the down, be 1st and 20. Yeah. Yeah, he tackled him, took him to the ground. From the 35, 1st and 20 now, West Virginia. Handoff up the middle, and they get the penalty yardage back and then some to be 2nd and short. They cannot stop the run to save their fucking lives. It's ridiculous. Jesus Christ. No, they won't. I mean, why should they? I mean, they can do what they want. And that's going to be something to... not necessarily be worried about, but something they're going to have to fix. Stopping the run. Just past midfield, 2nd and short for West Virginia. Another handoff, but they bring them down in the backfield for a loss. And Chop Robinson chops him down. He was a 14-pound baby, nicknamed Pork Chop, and then the nickname stuck, and yeah, Chop Robinson, 44 on the tackle. And Mo going to help out Penn State here on 3rd and 5. Green hands off, and they bring him down right away. Be 4th and about 3. They'll go for it, of course, here. Under 11 to play in the game. Penn State leads it by 17, 24 to 7. And West Virginia's backup quarterback is in the game. Lined up as a receiver, bottom of your screen. 4th and 2, now he's going to motion into the backfield as Green gets up under center. And then a direct snap to the backup quarterback. They try to run a trick play, and Penn State reads it from the start. Abdul Carter finally makes a play tonight. Another turnover on downs by West Virginia, and now this game is probably over. Yeah. Johnny Dixon hit him first, then Carter brought him down, and Penn State getting the ball back. That's 3 turnover on downs for West Virginia like that. Not converting on a crucial 4th down that they went for it on. Even though then, they were able to convert on a couple other 4th downs. About split at this rate. You get stats on that in a minute. But Penn State will take over, and we'll see what they can do. I would think Drew stays in at quarterback. And obviously he won the starting job, but I can understand if they want to play backups. But they got some games that they can wait to do that. Run the ball here. Work clock. You have a lead. Just put it out while you can. Get show on the road and over with, and move on next week. Healthy. Okay? No injuries here. Knock on wood. Well, injuries tonight come from West Virginia, not Penn State. So we'll see here, play calling wise, what they do, and if they do end up scoring again or not. But seemingly this game's put away and over with. I mean, they could get a dagger here for safekeeping. And then send West Virginia on their way back home. But that's what I'm saying. If only, Green could throw, or had a better night throwing. It's a running quarterback, and they have a running game. And I think it might be a little bit different story and be a little bit closer than it is. You have, Penn State up 17, getting the ball back. Aller's thrown for over 300 yards. Once again, would like the running game to be a little bit better. Would like more of it, and now's the time to do it. Now's the time to do it because you have a lead. You're at home. 110,747. Yep. That's not a record. The record's 110.9. So they came close. And Singleton to the 42 for 4. 2nd down and 6 coming. But, yeah, just run the ball, work some clock here. Drive and score. A lot of people are hoping they do score to cover, because then if not, you either had plus the points or you're going to be pissed. 2nd and 6, trips near side. Aller hands off, 1st down run inside of the 30. To the 29 to Singleton again. Get him another couple runs like that. He might get 100. He's going to come close if they run him the rest of the way. He has 66 yards rushing right now. And they're at the 29-yard line, so do the math. Out of the wing tee, they run it. Singleton. And he gets to the 23 and a half. 23-yard line, first down. Make it second down and 3. Maybe 4. Get these tight ends involved, though, man. Come on. Tyler Warren's the only one of the fucking catch for 9 yards. A little disappointing. Out of the wing tee again. They say 2nd and 5 from the 24. Singleton on the give once more, and they wrap him up. All right, so enough of that. Enough of that. They've stopped that now. Why not? Why not? As Drew Shelton's in the ball game on the line, 66, getting some playing time. As he's one of those next in line for the O-line. Yeah, they got to get a trio or a quartet of fucking receivers. But then that's the thing with the tight ends. If they can't get that and only have 2 receivers, call timeout, call timeout, timeout. Jesus Christ. That's another thing he's got to get used to, reading a fucking play clock. And Franklin had to call the timeout from the sideline. The play clock was winding down. Lucky, earlier with having to call the timeout that they did, they ended up scoring on that drive. Lucky here, they're up 17, calling the timeout like that because the play clock's winding down as well. Just stupidity. It's, basic fundamentals, like you shouldn't need to do that unless you absolutely have to. And they burn the timeout, 7:40 play, they're up 17, so it shouldn't hurt them. 3rd and 6, though. As they're trying a couple different combinations on the line for sure. They have an 8 deep up front. They have a quarterback. They have 2 running backs. We'll see if they get a third. If they go that far, go that deep. Receivers, definitely 2. Still need a third. Malik McLean, catch inside the 10, 5, touchdown Penn State. 30-7. 7:30 to play. Extra point to come. And they all celebrate together as a team. As there's a quick pass on a slant far side. He broke a couple tackles, stiff arm there at the 5, and walks in, touchdown. He's emerging as a potential number 3. Liam Clifford got the start. Amari Evans was questionable. Of course, Caden Saunders returning kicks and punts, as Singleton in as well. Extra point up and good by Falcon. So he's your starting kicker now. 31-7 Penn State. There's a replay of the touchdown once more. Drew Aller with another passing touchdown here tonight. Can't forget about Dante Cephas, who had a couple catches. Could have had a touchdown as well, but he dropped it at the goal line. They need to get these tight ends involved, though. Just imagine if they do. And then the workload of the receivers ain't as much, but if it stays the way it is, and then you get the tight ends involved, you still have a running game. You're still blocking the way you are, protecting the quarterback, running the football, still making stops on defense. Need to find a way to stop the run better, though. Surprisingly, West Virginia didn't turn the ball over yet. Penn State neither, even though they could have twice, almost did. Penn State missed 2 field goals, so we're looking at now 37-7 with those 6 points left off the board, let alone 38-45, combination of both, to really beating them up I mean, but now they're winning by 3.5 scores at 24 when they're a 21-point favorite. So they are covering, for anybody wondering. And right now, in the meantime, unless another 12 points get scored, the under's going to get hit in this final 7.5. But yeah, it's the first game. It's a long season. Aller's looking pretty damn good, no doubt about it. Got lucky on a couple drop picks though, for sure. He's got to be, more careful about those. He's got to know the play clock. He's got to throw the ball away. West Virginia was doing a good job there late first half, getting pressure on him. And then quick 3 and out for Penn State to begin the second half. 3 drives there, left points off the board. Got nothing out of all that. But then they end up scoring here some more afterwards. So it all works out anyway. They're up 31-7 now. Garrett Green, 12 of 21, 106 yards passing. Has 57 yards rushing as well on the ground on 12 carries. CJ Donaldson, 16 carries, 66 yards and a score. And then Drew Aller, 21 of 29, 325 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. So seemingly, yes, Penn State has a quarterback again. Nick Singleton, 13 carries, 7 yards in the score. The fat man, Katron Allen, 10 of 51. So the combination of the two of them, they do have over 100 yards rushing. 23 carries, for 121 yards in the score. So Caroline reaching out, touching me, touching you. But Penn State kicks off. Sweet Caroline, eat shit pit. And good times, it felt so good. Penn State coming off a Rose Bowl win, and then you have the Nittany Lions on top of the Mountaineers, West Virginia, 31-7 here, midway through the fourth and final quarter of play, before they'll play once more next year, and then who knows when after that. But yeah, plug and play is the key word. Malik McPayne of the few Penn State transfers has had the best game thus far tonight, as Lambert Smith 2 touchdowns, he gets the other touchdown, and then they have a rushing touchdown and a field goal plus 2 missed field goals. That pass dropped over the middle, incomplete. 2nd and 10 for West Virginia, but we'll get more into all this in a minute. I know we still got to update some scores from earlier. We'll get to that later as well. Preview next week on top of that. Talk more about Penn State football. Be sure to tune back in next week for Penn State Delaware at high noon next Saturday. But 2nd and 10 here, West Virginia from the 25. And pass caught, and then about 6, maybe 7 yards. Lees brings them down. That's a false start. That's a false start. Pump fake. He throws it. It's caught. First down. West Virginia out past midfield. And that is Zariah Fisher on the tackle. He could have ran it and got the first down. And then they finally bring him down. Tony Rojas also on the stop. True freshman from Northern Virginia. As they greenlit him. He's getting some playing time here late. And then over the middle, Carter on the catch and run again before Keaton Ellis brings him down. Another first down, West Virginia. Yeah, now they're throwing. Like, why wasn't West Virginia throwing earlier? Like, that has to be frustrating. Yeah, they are. Wish them well. You know, over the middle, almost picked off, incomplete. Hopefully, West Virginia does well in the Big 12 this year. Finish with a good record. You know, we'll see if Neil Brown keeps his job or not. But then this would be a good win then for Penn State. You know, later on in the year versus if, you know, West Virginia sucks, and then we look back to week one, well, it really ain't that good of a win. So, whoever you beat, you want them to keep winning afterwards, because then that makes you look better. From the 23, second and 10. Handoff, and Rojas on the tackle. West Virginia, 3rd and medium, 3rd and 5. In the red zone. Pressure, that's a hold. That is a hold. Pass is caught near side. Carter again, tackled by number 5, Cam Miller. And they say 4th down and short 4th and a yard rather than 1st down. They're going to sneak it again up the middle. They'll push him, but, well, yeah, the second effort, he'll get it. So Penn State was going to stop him there, but they get the 1st down again. With 4:09 to play. West Virginia's in the jungle. You go hurry up, handoff, and they'll be brought down to 1. There's a 2nd and short or 1st and goal, though, because the 1st down marker was the 1 yard line. They say 1st down, so 1st and goal, West Virginia at the 1. They're going to fucking sneak it again here, probably. No, line up and trips near side out of the gun. Handoff on drawing a quarterback keeper, and then he walks in, touchdown. So Garrett Green gets the end zone, 3:33 to play. Cut the lead, but seemingly already over with anyway. So 31-13. People are going to be hoping for Penn State to score again, just because now. But as West Virginia's band cues the music. What the fuck is this? They'll go for 2 as they do the fucking Kansas City Chiefs spinneroonie in the huddle. And then they'll shuffle it on the lateral, and they get the 2-point conversion. So it's 31-15 with 3:33 to play. All right. We're going to have some fun. We got lucky they didn't fucking kick the ball, because I think that would have been a penalty if they would have. So the 2-point try is good. 31-15. I'm sure they'll kick an onside kick when we come back. So we'll see if West Virginia is going to get the ball back, or Penn State has it, 1st down, and then just run the clock out for the most part. See if West Virginia is petty and calls timeouts. But Penn State's going to win this game. It's just a matter of what the final score is going to be. It's probably going to be 31-15 if I'd have to guess. We'll see. But like I said, a lot of people are going to be hoping Penn State scores here. Again, if they have them minus plus the points right now, you're happy again. West Virginia just scored. The over-under was, what, 49 and a half? 31 and 15 is 46. So if you have plus the points and under, you're happy. If you have minus the points and over, you want to score, to say the least. But speaking of scores, here's college football from week 0 to today. We'll see here if there's been any other scores. I'm sure there has been. It's been a while since we updated this. The game's been going on now for about 3 hours. I've been on for about 3.5 hours. So here we are, 31-15, Penn State on top of West Virginia. We'll update final stats and scores of this game once we go final. Hopefully we get some team stats at the end of that too. I don't know why it wasn't letting me see those earlier. But now final from week 0 to today. We had USC defeat San Jose State last week, 56-28. Notre Dame beat Navy across the pond in Ireland, 42-3. Jacksonville State with a 3-point victory at home against UTEP, 17-14. UMass went to New Mexico State and won, 41-30, as Penn State plays the Minutemen mid-October in non-conference. They promote college football on NBC next week, which Penn State will be on. It'll be on Peacock, though. High noon next Saturday at home against Delaware. West Virginia hosts Duquesne before they host Pitt in 2 weeks. So eat shit. West Virginia onside kick. Good bounce, high in the air, but it goes out of bounds. So Penn State football. 3.5 to play. 1st and 10, Penn State. Also last week, San Diego State beat Ohio 20-13. Louisiana Tech with a 22-17 win over Florida National. And then Vanderbilt defeated Hawaii 35-28. Then we'll get into all the finals from Thursday, yesterday, today, and ongoing games a little bit later, along with a preview for next week once this game goes final. Bo Pribula in at quarterback for Penn State, number 9. Reminds a lot of people of Trace McSorley because of the number, but because of the type of quarterback he also is as well. Trey Potts, number 23, and at tailback for the Nittany Lions, I might add. See about receivers and tight ends in a minute. But 1st and 10, Penn State from the 46-yard line. As Pribula will hand off to Potts, who gets put 3 yards back in the backfield for a loss. So, 2nd down here for Penn State. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Run the ball. 4 clock. Got a timeout. West Virginia timeout. They're going to try to stop the clock, get the ball back. I mean, you can't blame them. There's still some time here. They're down 2 scores. I mean, it was smart of them to go for 2 there, and then they, successfully got it. So, Penn State now putting some backups in though. So, they obviously think the game's over with. I've thought the game, and a lot of Nittany Lion fans, I think, the game's been over with since like early 4th quarter. Yeah, we'll see how this ends. But like I said, then we'll update some scores, update some stats, discuss the game, preview next week, and go from there. Second and long now for Penn State with their handoff to Potts. He'll get his lost yardage back, plus maybe a yard or 2. Be 3rd down, about 9, maybe 10 though. So 2 carries for next to nothing. Another timeout for West Virginia with 3-2-1 to play. 31-15 Penn State. Penn State 3rd and 10. Prabula keeps it himself and gets the first down. See if West Virginia calls their third and final timeout now or not. Flag on the play. Seemingly on the West Virginia defense, though. Maybe an illegal man downfield for Penn State. Personal foul. Face mask on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. All right. First and 10, Penn State now from the 20. Handoff, Potts. No gain on the play. Timeout, West Virginia. No, clock's still ticking. So Penn State's going to let the clock roll down. Then snap it, then run it. Second and 9 from the 19. 2-2-2, counting to play. Now, yep. Prabula going to keep it for himself. Another scramble for 2 yards. Third down, now timeout, West Virginia. Yeah. West Virginia, third and final timeout, 2:11 to play. So they'll take a commercial break. As this game has been wild and wonderful, to say the least. Penn State's going to beat West Virginia 31-15, it seems like, unless they, punch it in here or don't. I don't know if they kick a field goal or not. And then, West Virginia get the ball back and go drive, do something. Like if I'm Penn State, West Virginia doesn't have any timeouts now. You can run the clock out if you get a first down. Take a knee, game's over. Like you don't want the opponent to, even with a big lead that you have, at 16 points, let them have the ball last to, try to drive and do something. Like you want to end it on your own terms. You want to kneel it out and the game's over. But like I said, wish West Virginia, best of luck the rest of the way. Hopefully they do well this year and makes Penn State look good. Because if not, then we'll look back, like I said, on this game then later this year, really not that good of a win. So we'll see what happens. That's why they play the game. Got some double Ds. We all know what those are next week. Penn State hosting Delaware and West Virginia hosting Duquesne. So should be, I would think, wins for both programs. But commercial break continues, so we'll see what they do here on third down. There's Penn State's schedule. Yeah, got tonight and then next week and the end of the year on NBC. Got Fox, CBS in there as well. More Fox games. Probably some FS1 games as well, I think. Peacock next week might be the only one. Trey Potts on 3rd and 7, 2 yards short, 4th down. They'll wind the clock, though. So they can wind it down to about, 1:20 22, call a timeout. Then decide on what they want to do here on 4th and 3. Penn State's going to be on TV regardless. It doesn't fucking matter when or where. They'll be on TV. 4th and 3, they're going to go for Bo Prabula looking to throw. Slant, caught Malik Mega. First down, Penn State at the 5. So 1st and goal. Now you can just knee it out. I don't think they'd want to, punch it in, because then they'd be saying, unless Virginia would be to Penn State, well, you were running the score up on us. A lot of people would be happy if Penn State scored, though, because then they'd fucking cover, let alone if you had the over, that would hit as well. They're going to go for it here. 1st and goal, over a minute to play. 31-15. This might be a bad beat. So Bo Prabula, and quarterback here. Trips near side. Will hand off to Trey Potts, and nowhere for him to go. Prabula should have kept it for himself. He would have walked in. 45 seconds. About an 8-second differential between the game clock and play clock. So one more play here, and then, they got 2 timeouts if they really want to score, but one more play here, and then that'll do it. I can understand why they're running plays, because it's backups. So hopefully, Neil Brown and West Virginia can understand that. They're not trying to run up the score. It's just your defense ain't as good as ours. And, give a touchdown then. Quarterback draw, Prabula. Get in there. They push them. Touchdown, Penn State, with 6 seconds to go. Even though they're already up 31-15. They're not running the score up, even though some people will say that. They'll cover, and the overs are going to hit now, for anybody wondering. Just barely. 37-15, make it 38-15. That's a 23-point deficit margin difference. They're a 21-point favorite. Here's Falcons for the extra point. Of course, the over-under was at 49.5, so 38 and 15 makes, 53. So extra point up and good. 38-15 now. Penn State on top of West Virginia. I can understand why some people are going to say, well, that's Penn State around the score. Yes, but no, because backups. And they're running the ball. It wasn't like they're throwing all over your fucking ass. You couldn't stop the run, okay? And we scored. So tough shit. Get the fuck over it. So, yeah, Penn State's going to beat West Virginia. This is the 60th all-time meeting. As now, yeah, they haven't lost at home in a non-conference game in a decade. 2013. 17 straight, as they just mentioned. It was actually UCF. Yeah, Blake Bortles and company. But that was then, this is now. We're not getting into that. Penn State going to beat West Virginia. They host Delaware next week. As Penn State will kick off. They give Sahadak the kickoff duty. So fielded by West Virginia about the 15-yard line. And a return. As then the clock, will not expire. We got 1 second on the clock. So West Virginia's going to have to run a play. We will rock you. They'll probably just take a fucking knee. Maybe run a draw. I'd say Penn State to go fucking sack his ass. But the closest West Virginia got, other than the start at 0-0, was 7-7. Penn State went up 14-7, 21-7, 24-7, 31-7. and then 31-15, and then Penn State just scored again, 38-15. Final play of the game will be a first down for West Virginia, and that will do it. That's all she wrote. And we're right back where we started from, and I feel good's right. Penn State wins their West Virginia 38-15 to kick off the 2023 season. Up. And they stay there. And they stay there. We'll sing the alma mater here in a minute. Post-game handshakes. Garrett Green, yeah, good showing tonight. If only, they threw the ball more and earlier. It might have been a little bit closer. He was able to run the ball. West Virginia was able to run the ball as well with Donaldson. Here's James Franklin post-game interview. What adjustments did you make? Get off the field on defense. Yeah, special teams were better. I mean, they left 6 points off the board, though. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Drew Aller played damn well. Yeah. Consistent, poised, and accurate for Drew Aller. Beating West Virginia, we're 1-0, and we're on Delaware. West Virginia still has not defeated Penn State since 1988, I might add. In this 60th all-time meeting, Penn State now all-time against WVU goes to 49-9-2 against the Mountaineers, and they're 75-18-2 all-time against the current Big 12. Anxious to see Penn State's right, yeah. And for the most part, other than leaving a couple points off the board with 2 missed field goals, they went 3 and out there to begin the second half, punted another time or two. West Virginia's a good team, quarterback's good, run game's good. Aller sort of picked apart their defense at times. I mean, he threw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, for God's sakes. But then their defense also got after him and pressured him and, made them uncomfortable at times too. Penn State run game was good. If only they would have ran the ball more and better, could have been even better. Penn State against a pretty decent West Virginia team was as advertised tonight. But it's the first game. It's a long-ass season, so now we're going to sing the alma mater. And they're actually going to show it on TV. So, for the glory of old state, for her founder strong and great, for the future that we wait, raise a song, sing our love and loyalty, sing our hopes that bright and free. So mild and dear with you, all with thee, all with thee. When we stood at childhood's gate, shapeless in the hands of fate, all this was dear old state, dear old state, dear old state. May no act of our friendship to one heart that loves thy name. May our lives swell our fame, dear old state, dear old state. Now go ring that goddamn victory bell. We are Penn State and the Nittany Lions. Survey says Penn State beats West Virginia 38-15. NBC's broadcast was good, I thought. Yeah. Talent, athletic. Yeah. He did look comfortable. They got to him. They pressured him. He did feel uncomfortable at times. All right. And we're going to get right back where we started from now. 1-0. Yeah. Future's bright. This team can be special for sure. Rain's coming on. We're going to get right back where we started from. Love is good. Love can be strong. We're going to get right back where we started from. And that's a 1-0 start to 2023. Penn State beats West Virginia 38-15 here tonight. And they go back to the pregame crew. Maria Taylor, Josh Perry, Matt Castle, and Penn State alum, number 12, Michael Robinson. Yeah, they do have playmakers, and they have depth. So if something comes up, they still have depth. They still have playmakers to get the fucking football to. They're going to talk about this game. Why does West Virginia look orange in the highlight reel here when they're fucking yellow? He got sacked once, I might add. Nobody's talking about that. They're all talking about the good. What bad did he have? He got sacked once, got pressured, which is, towards the end of the first half. But then he got out of the jam. If only they could rely on fucking special teams. They missed 2 field goals with the Sanders Haydack. They made a kicking change. Alex Falcons made a field goal then afterwards, so it's all good if that's the way they go. Hopefully he doesn't miss. Yeah, Aller's the quarterback for sure. Pagula got some garbage time there at quarterback. Scored a rushing touchdown, to cover, to hit the over, for anybody wondering, once more. And then, as Penn State was singing the alma mater, did West Virginia go sing Country Roads with their band? And their fans, for that matter. So, Country Roads, Take Me Home. West Virginia is going to go back to the place that they belong, and the place they'll host Penn State along Puskar Stadium in Morgantown, West Virginia, next August 31st, 2024, which right now is week 1. Rumor has it, schedule might be changing. We'll see. But, yeah, the game tonight was physical for sure, no doubt about it. It was your father's grandfather, Penn State West Virginia game in that regard. Was overall, too, to be honest with you. I didn't think it would be earlier, but it sort of was. I mean, Penn State was seemingly throwing to run more than they were running to throw. It felt like, too. If Aller keeps throwing the way he did tonight and in 10 games last year, and then they get the running game going even more, we'll get to the stats here in a minute, but both Singleton and Allen had combined over 100 yards and a touchdown tonight. As they'll sign off. And there's the big uglies. It's the first ever Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. And Penn State defeats West Virginia 38-15. Left 6 points off the board. So it could have been 41, could have been 44-15. Could have been 45, could have been 52-15 if they would have scored 2 touchdowns rather than had to, kick 2 field goals that they missed then, let alone a combination of, anything. So it could have been, at a max, 52 points tonight for Penn State. They scored 38, which they averaged 36 last year, So they're sort of similar in that regard to that. The question is on everybody's mind, can they beat Michigan? Can they beat Ohio State? Well, we'll see when they play, come October 21st and November the 11th, respectively. And we'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. And that's for every Penn State game, okay? Just not tonight. That's next week. That's the following week. That's every game from week 1 to the end of the season, hopefully ending with a bowl victory. We'll have live coverage live right here on YouTube, so be sure to subscribe. Be sure to tune back in if you haven't done so already, and thank you for tuning in and watching this evening. Shout out to West Virginia. They play their hearts out. They played good for the most part. Penn State was just better. They were able to run the ball. I'm questioning, Penn State's front 4, front 7. They really couldn't stop the run. They really couldn't stop the quarterback running either. If only he was able to throw, which he was, but they really didn't throw it till late. They would have had better game plan earlier, or a better game plan after they tied it up at 7, and then Penn State went back up 14-7, and then they, seemingly were out of it after that. As they show off highlights already on the late local news. So they're starting it off tonight. Penn State beating West Virginia 38-15 once more. It might have been a hell of a lot closer for all we know, but we don't know, because that's not how it played out. Penn State on their opening drive, they went and drove and scored. And then West Virginia tied it. That was close as it was, 7-7. And then it was 14-7, 21-7, 24-7, 31-7, 31-13. They went for 2, got it, 31-15. And then Penn State scored again. So 38-15 is your final score. We'll get some final stats here in a minute. But hopefully West Virginia's, like I said, decent this year. Potentially go to a bowl game. We'll see if Neil Brown keeps his job or not. But that for Penn State's respectively, now they're having some technical issues showing the highlights. What the fuck? And this is NBC for NBC late local news. Like, what the hell? All right. No, but for Penn State's side of things, out of respect to West Virginia, you want them to be good, because then later on this year it'll make this win look even better. You don't want them to suck, because then this win ain't going to mean shit come late November, okay? So root for West Virginia the rest of the year. And then, it's not like they're in conference, even though they could be in the Big Ten or not. They're in Big 12. Root for them the rest of the year. Play at West Virginia next August. Start the season as of now. Like I said, schedule could change from what I've been hearing. Just because with all the realignment, they're still going to play the game. Penn State will go down to Morgantown, West Virginia. Just a matter of when the game is early in the season, and officially what day, what week. But yeah, from there, with a Penn State, once again, 38-15 win. They, for the most part, like I was just saying, looked as advertised, I thought. I mean, they left a couple points off the board, 3 and out here, punted a couple times. Didn't turn the ball over. Neither team turned the ball over, surprisingly. And that's even more surprising for West Virginia. I thought maybe they would have had a turnover or 2, tonight. From just, they were able to control the crowd, it felt like, with the run game, quiet them at times, but then, Penn State's defense still made stops. I mean, West Virginia how many damn turnover on downs on 4th down. Penn State field position, sometimes they capitalized, the other times they didn't. they fixed the kicking issue. It seems like, they benched Sahadak and put in Falcons. He made his field goal after the 2 misses. So they left 6 points off the board. Like I said, they could have scored a max of 52 points tonight. They scored 38, but really probably should have been either 41 or 44. Win's a win, though, at the end of the day. I don't care if you won by a point, 2 points, 3 points, 4, 5, the 10, 15, 20, or the 38-15 win and the 23-point victory they had tonight over the Mountaineers to kick off 2023. So maybe that's some good luck to get the whole way to January the 8th down in Houston. And maybe raising something in the air that night, too. But it's one game. It's a long-ass season. One game at a time. Got Delaware next week. Then they play at Illinois. Then they got another night game here at home against Iowa. Then they go to Northwestern. Then they have a bye, okay? Then UMass. Then at Ohio State. And then Indiana. And then in November, it's at Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, and then at Michigan State, but it's a neutral site as they'll be playing in Motown at Ford Field, home of the Detroit Lions. And of course, the Big Ten Championship games in the following week, first Saturday in December. College football playoff will be on New Year's Day. National championship game a week later on January the 8th in Houston. Of course, bowl season will be from mid to late December and until the college football season is over with, which we don't want to have happen just yet because we're just beginning. And Penn State is 1-0. So we'll have to see what James Franklin says in this post-game press conference. The refs let him play to an extent. I mean, there were a couple penalties. More so than not, they're all in West Virginia, it felt like. They did miss a couple. It seemed like 2. But they let him play. The only disappointing thing I felt like that happened tonight for Penn State was they missed those 2 field goals. And then Aller got sacked. Like, the line was doing well, and then they were getting pressured. He still had all day to throw, and he still got sacked. So he's got to make better decisions. It's decision-making, okay? And then it's, realizing the play clock's winding down. It's the small little things that all add up, okay? It's the basic fundamentals of the game. And then with the run game, is Aller threw for 325 yards. He was 21 of 29 for 325 and 3 touchdowns. 2 of those to Lambert Smith. The other to Malik McLean from Florida State. So there's your quarterback situation, which it's Drew Aller. Bo Prabula came in late, garbage time, had a rushing touchdown. Did have a couple completions, which were officially for, pull up some final stats now. Final score, 38-15, Penn State on top of West Virginia. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. As I wait for this to load, what the fuck? Come on, man. No? You don't want to? Maybe now you will. Maybe I'll get some team stats as well, which I was trying to get earlier, but I couldn't for whatever reason. There's the team stats. Thank you. West Virginia controlled the clock by 3 more minutes than Penn State did for one. 31-16 to 28-44. Neither team turned the ball over. There were 6 penalties. And West Virginia had 5 of them, 55 yards. Penn State had the false start on the punt. That was it. So, that's good. They both had 146 yards rushing on the dot. Penn State, 5 less attempts, so more yards per rush by about 0.5. Penn State had a good almost 200 more total yards than West Virginia did. Of course, they won by 23. Neither team was really that good on third down. Penn State 3 of 9, West Virginia 4 of 14. Penn State was 1 of 1 on fourth down. West Virginia went for it 6 times tonight on fourth down. They were 3 of 6. So yeah, I thought about 50%. The big difference was the pass game. You know, the rush game there, like I just said, was even 146 across the board, which was more Garrett Green and C.J. Donaldson compared to Nick Singleton and Kaytron Allen. I mean, that's a quarterback and a running back compared to 2 running backs. You know, Drew Aller really didn't run the ball. Bo Pribula did. He had a rushing touchdown there late, but not for many yards. But the difference was the pass game. Penn State had 333 yards passing to 162 for West Virginia. So that's that. Here's your box score. Individual stats. Yeah, Garrett Green was 16 and 27, $162. Donaldson, as Green had 15 carries, 71 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. Donaldson had 18 carries, 81 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. Devin Carter led the team in receiving, 6 catches, 90 yards. Cole Taylor, 2 of 31. Jalen Anderson, 2 catches, 15 yards, and that's about it. Of course, had a 2-point conversion. But Lee Kopka had 13 total tackles for the Mountaineer defense. No turnovers by either team, which was a surprise. Penn State almost turned over twice. Thought West Virginia was going to turn over at least once, if not twice. But, okay, Bo Pribula was 1 of 1 for 7 yards. That pass was complete to Malik Mega there late before he ended up running it in. He had 3 carries, 18 yards, and a touchdown. Pribula did on the ground. But, yeah, Drew Aller was 21 of 29, 325 yards and 3 touchdowns. 2 of them to Keandre Lambert-Smith, who had 4 catches, 123 yards receiving, and 2 scores. The other 2, Malik McLean, 4 for 58 and a touchdown. Harrison Wallace almost hit a 777. Had 7 catches, 72 yards. Liam Clifford, 2 of 25. Dante Cephas had a catch for 22. Allen, 1 for 15. Warren, 1 for 9. Mega, the catch for 7. Singleton had a catch for a yard out of the backfield. So if they would be able to run the ball more and more efficient, more consistently, you know, Nick Singleton had 13 carries, 70 yards, and a touchdown. Kaytron Allen, 10 carries, 51 yards. Like, okay, that's good, but it can be bigger and it can be better. Especially when you have a lead late. Continue to run the football. You know, like I said, it seemed like they were throwing to run tonight rather than the normal run to throw. So we'll see if that continues. Like Drew Aller's first ever start tonight at home, okay, against a good West Virginia team. All the closer West Virginia got was when they tied it at 7. Made it interesting late, a little bit, not by much, but you know, if they would have recovered that onside kick, drove and scored, it would have been a 1-score game then. But they didn't. Penn State then drove and scored and, you know, closed it out. But okay, Penn State hosts Delaware next week. But then what I'm interested to see is Penn State going on the road at Illinois, and Drew Aller's first away start. Okay, see how he plays on the road. Of course, last year played in 10 games. The only games he didn't play in were Northwestern, Ohio State, and the Rose Bowl. Or no, he played in the Rose Bowl. Make that Michigan State, I do believe. Then at that point. So that's 3 home games. He played in all the games on the road, you know, for the other games that were on the schedule. So, but didn't start. But he came in when needed and late and got some playing time. And that probably helped out, you know, into the start tonight. Rather than having a redshirt year under him, you know, because then be going into tonight, well, we don't have a clue how these quarterbacks are going to play. You know, if it's him or if it's whoever, or get my gist. So, Penn State's 1-0, West Virginia's 0-1. West Virginia will host Duquesne next week, Penn State, Delaware. But I feel like, yeah, if they can as Drew. Let Drew be Drew. Keep it simple for him. Run the ball, help him out, check down. Got to get the tight ends more involved as well. Got to work the screen game more too. I mean, the tight ends had one catch tonight for 9 yards when they used 4 tight ends. Okay, that's pretty pathetic. But then the receivers had, all the action, and then they ran for 146 yards on 35 carries as a team. When 13 of those carries for 121 yards were the 2 running backs. So let Drew do Drew. Help him out though by running the football more and more consistently at that, more efficient. Work the screen game with the running backs, the tight ends. Get the tight ends more involved in the pass game down the middle of the field. Matt Canada ain't calling these plays. It's Mike Yursich, okay? Steelers start next week, so we'll see how they do. As Allen Robinson, Steeler wide receiver, and former Penn State and West Virginia defense coordinator, and Tom Bradley were actually tonight's honorary captains. So I figured I'd throw that in there for what it's worth. Be interesting to see and hear what's technically, I know what's new, but game day experience new. If there's anything new tonight that, like they changed up or just flat out new this year that we don't know about yet, only if you're at the game, you'd know. But in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. So, of course, get the ball to your playmakers out in space, all your receivers. I mean, Condre Lambert-Smith is your 1, Harrison Wallace is your 2, and then, like I said, from Malik McLean to Dante Cephas to Amari Evans to Liam Clifford to etc., etc., etc. All the receivers they have, okay, as deep as they are, having 17 on the roster with at least half of them probably going to be seeing some playing time this year. 1-2's 1-2, but then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll say 3, 4, 5, 6. Those 3, 4 receivers on at that point, any given day, any given game, they can flip-flop here and there. Somebody might be having a good game, somebody might be having a better game, if somebody's having a bad game. They have depth. They can make it work. They got to get the tight ends more involved. Shout out to the offensive line. They played their asses off tonight. It all starts up front. They protected the line of scrimmage. They're able to run the ball. They were able to allow Drew Aller to throw for over 300 yards in his first start, 3 touchdowns. So Penn State officially with 5 touchdowns and a field goal and 2 missed field goals. The touchdowns were 3 passing and then 2 rushing. Field goal from 25 yards out, and then a miss from 34 and 38. But they've already made a kicking change, so Sanders Zahadak has lost his job to Alex Felkins. Penn State defensively, Curtis Jacobs had 10 total tackles. Of course, also at linebacker, you have Kobe King, Tyler Elsdon, and Abdul Carter. Tony Rojas got some playing time late as they greenlit him. Jacobs had a sack. Cam Miller, Adisa Isaac, and Chop Robinson all had tackles for loss. And like I said, yeah, surprisingly no turnovers. But Abdul Carter, no doubt about it, had a quiet game, I thought. He did. Had a big tackle late, but still had a quiet game. And the concern, I think, is in the middle up front of the defensive line. They gave up as many yards rushing as they ran the ball for tonight, okay? Like, shouldn't happen, but it did. So there's that. Didn't really get to see Caden Saunders in the return game. It was a fair catch every time. Yeah, Penn State defeats West Virginia 38-15. Now let's look around college football for some other scores before we conclude and I sign off. If, once again, this will upload. Because everything that I was talking about earlier should be final by now, unless, of course, they're in overtime, and then the late cap, some night games out west should be on right now in about an hour or so in. Okay, here we are. As mentioned, from week 0, all the winners. On Thursday night to begin week 1, Utah, on their very first offensive play, scored a touchdown. They ended up defeating Florida at home 24-11. Wake Forest beat Elon 37-17. UCF paid Kent State a boatload of money to beat them by 50, 56-6. Georgia State with a 42-35 win against Rhode Island. St. Francis from right down the road in Loretto that West Virginia is going to be bypassing on their way home. As once again, West Virginia bust up, so they're going to be busting back tonight. Down south on 99 through Altoona, Bedford, Breezewood, and then go west back to campus in Morgantown. I don't think there's going to be any security check on the way home as there was on the way up. But Western Michigan defeated St. Francis 35-17. NC State went to UConn, only won 24-14. Minnesota won on a game-winning field goal over Nebraska, 13-10. Missouri 35-10 win over South Dakota. Tulsa 42-7 win over Arkansas Pine Bluff. UAB a 35-6 win over NC A&T. And then Arizona State beat Southern Utah 24-21. Last night, to begin September the 1st, Eastern Michigan 33-23 win over Howard. Central Michigan had Michigan State on the ropes, but then Sparty came back and beat them 31-7. Miami, the U, the Canes, they hosted Miami of Ohio, the Redhawks, Ben Roethlisberger's alma mater. And Miami beat Miami 38-3. Louisville, 39-34 win against Georgia Tech. Kansas beat Missouri State 48-17. And then Stanford went to the islands of Hawaii and beat the Rainbow Warriors 37-24. Got some games tomorrow and a game on Monday night. I might add, we'll get to those in a minute with a preview for next week shortly. But now also final from today. I guess we're going to go in order of the top 25 and then the rest of the sport. Georgia, defending national champion Bulldogs, beat UT Martin 48-7. Michigan beat East Carolina 30-3. Even though Jim Harbaugh is suspended for the first few games of the season, he'll be back in due time. Ohio State went to Indiana, struggling early, but then they win by 20, 23-3 against the Hoosiers. Alabama, 56-7 win over Middle Tennessee State. USC with a 66-14 win over Nevada. Of course, Penn State beat West Virginia here 38-15. Washington put it to Boise State 56-19. It was close early, but then Washington just kept scoring and scoring and scoring, and the Huskies beat the Broncos 56-19 as mentioned. Texas beat Rice 37-10. Tennessee beat Virginia 49-13. Notre Dame 56-3 over Tennessee State. Oregon 81-7. Holy shit. Oregon 81-7 over Portland State. They turned on the fucking Jets. Kansas State shut out Southeast Missouri State 45-0. Of course, earlier, Colorado went to TCU. The Buffs beat the Horned Frogs, who got their ass kicked, got fucked up by the Dogs in the national title game last January. And Deion Sanders picks up his first win at the FBS level as the head coach of Colorado, as they keep receipts, so he said. And yeah, they won. That game was crazy. That game was back and forth. Like, oh shit, they scored again? Yeah, they did. Oh wait, they scored again? Yeah, they did again. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Just a shootout. So a lot of people were saying, well, with what he's doing, as it's never been done before, it's not going to work. Well, seemingly it's working. At least for today it did. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. But, you know, with the transfer portal, is basically the whole team's brand new, you know, plucked from other schools. There's only like 10 kids on Colorado that were there last year. Everybody else is new, I think, is the number. And you think the transfer portal is bad now? I get there's going to be a new rule with the transfer portal. You can only transfer once and be able to play immediately, not twice, because we've been seeing it like, okay, kid starts somewhere, transfers, and then transfers again, and then transfers again, you know, somewhere else, and is still eligible. You know, like they're going to crack down on that, and you can only transfer once and still be able to play immediately. You transfer the second time, then you'd have to sit out. That's going to be the new rule. But you think the transfer portal is bad now with kids transferring? Everybody's going to try to copy Dion now with what he's doing at Colorado, if it works long term. You know, and then Colorado's going to be going to the Big 12. And of course, his name's probably going to come up for bigger and better jobs. And will he stay put? Only time will tell. We'll see. I think he'd be stupid to leave unless, you know, he wanted to, you know, have a bigger objective, a bigger goal. You know, go do this, go do that. You know, because if he's going to be able to win at Colorado, I mean, he should be able to win anywhere in that regard at that point. But Colorado might be back if he can keep this up. They host Nebraska next week. So we'll see how that game goes. That'll be on also at the same time Penn State, Delaware is. So we'll be watching that side by side, as we were watching the games tonight side by side as well, but really weren't, you know, honing in on the action, updating any scores or anything like that, because, you know, as always, we're watching Penn State football. Wisconsin beat Buffalo. So from the Colorado Buffaloes winning, the Buffalo Bulls lost. On Wisconsin, the Badgers win 38-17. Oklahoma shut out Arkansas State 73-0. So Oklahoma was one touchdown short of Oregon's 81, but then they didn't give up a touchdown, whereas Oregon did. 81-7 over Portland State for the Ducks, and then Boomer Sooner 73-0 over Arkansas State. So who had the better win? I mean, both fucking blowouts, but still. I mean, 73 and 81 points is 73 and 81 points. I don't give a shit who you're playing. Like, Penn State put up 79 on Idaho the last time they opened the season at home against a non-conference team. And that was before COVID. That was back in 19. Because, like I said earlier, past 3 seasons, it's been all on the road to begin the season and all in conference play. So, back at home here tonight to begin the year, and a win's a win. They defeat West Virginia 38-15. North Carolina beat South Carolina 31-17. Ole Miss also scored 73 points, beat Mercer 73-7. Texas A&M 52-10 win over New Mexico. Tulane 37-17 win over South Alabama. Iowa 24-14 win over Utah State. So Penn State's schedule, and that rounds out top 25. We'll get to the rest of the games here in a minute. Penn State's schedule, though. Okay, they host Delaware next week. Delaware won the other night. Then Penn State goes to Illinois. Illinois was hosting Toledo. And a score from that game would be Illinois came back and won 30-28 over the Rockets. So no upset in Champaign. Maybe in 2 weeks, Penn State will put it to the Fighting Illini and give them their first loss, because I believe Illinois plays next Friday night against Kansas, if I'm not mistaken. We'll preview next week here in a minute. So Delaware won, Illinois won, Iowa won, Northwestern plays tomorrow. Then Penn State's off. UMass won last week. I believe they lost this week, as mentioned. And then it's Ohio State, who beat Indiana. So then that gets you to the end of October. We still got some more scores here to go through. Of course, Michigan won. Rutgers plays tomorrow. Michigan State won last night. So Maryland's the one I'm looking for. Did Maryland win here today? The Terps. The Fighting Scott Van Pelt's defeated Towson 38-6. Yes, okay. So that's a look at that from that perspective. Kentucky beat Ball State 44-14. Liberty 34-24 win over Bowling Green. Fresno State upset Purdue 39-35. SMU 38-14 over Louisiana Tech. Had an overtime game. Northern Illinois beat Boston College in overtime on the road 27-24. Ohio 27-10 win over Long Island. Woo Pig Suey, the Hogs of Arkansas beat Western Carolina 56-13. Air Force with a 42-7 win over Robert Morris. Jacksonville State 49-3 win over East Tennessee State. So Rich Rod's probably glad he left, but he's probably regretting ever leaving, because just imagine if he would have stayed, because how good they were, especially in 07. He's now at Jacksonville State because, of course, he left West Virginia to go to Michigan. That lasted 3 years. Then went to Arizona. Was off for a little while. He was bouncing around as a coordinator, and now he's at Jacksonville State. And they beat East Tennessee State 49-3. Iowa State beat Northern Iowa 30-9. Temple 24-21 win over Akron. Auburn 59-14 win over UMass. As mentioned, Maryland beat Towson 38-6. Western Kentucky 41-24 win over South Florida. Pitt beat Wofford, even though they still eat shit. Penn State and West Virginia fans can agree on that. 45-7 win for the Pitt Panthers. Cincinnati 6-13 win over Eastern Kentucky. App State 45-24 win over Gardner Webb. Mississippi State 48-7 defeating Southeast Louisiana State. Cal went to North Texas and beat Mean Green 58-21. Syracuse shut out Colgate 65-0. UNLV 44-14 win over Bryant. Charlotte 24-3 over South Carolina. Florida Atlantic 42-20 defeating Monmouth. Georgia Southern shut out Citadel 34-zip. JMU, James Madison, beat Bucknell 38-3. Marshall 21-17 over Albany. Florida National hung on to beat Maine by 2, 14-12. Louisiana Monroe beat Army by 4, 17-13. Vandy 2-0 beat Hawaii, now Alabama A&M 47-13. Washington State 50-24 over Colorado State. Texas State beat Baylor. I'd say that's an upset too. 42-31. Houston beat UTSA 17-14. Didn't go to like triple overtime like it did last year, but 3-point win's a 3-point win. For another former Western head coach, Dana Holgerson, who is now also, I might add, in the Big 12 with his former school. But Houston beats UTSA 17-14. Oklahoma State 27-13 win over Central Arkansas. Memphis 56-14, making Bethune-Cookman sing the blues. 40-14 win for Southern Miss over Alcorn State. Troy beat Stephen F. Austin 48-30. And then Illinois 30-28 over Toledo. Games tomorrow: Northwestern Rutgers, Oregon State, San Jose State, and LSU Florida State. From noon to 3:30 to 7:30. So one game in each window. You can watch all three of them on CBS and ABC. And then on ESPN Monday night, Labor Day, Clemson plays at Duke. Ongoing though, live right now in college football, some games between Northwestern State and Louisiana Lafayette, 21-6 for the Raging Cajuns. Hopefully this is updated. Seems to be the case, maybe not. Virginia Tech beat Old Dominion 36-17. See if there's anything else that went final that would have added into this lower bottom group, how they have everything listed. Tulane beat South Alabama. I don't know if I mentioned that one. Scroll back down through these. I don't know why it's giving me trouble, why it's not loading right here this evening, but it is doing its thing, so oh well. That seems to be it for that. Okay. So yeah, ongoing, these are the scores I have, whether they're accurate right now or not. Oh shit, it looks like we're going to overtime on CBS. Or actually not going to overtime. We're going to the fourth quarter. It was the end of the third quarter. It said the end of the fourth, though, but now it's the start of the fourth. 17-all with Texas Tech and Wyoming. Northwestern State and Louisiana Lafayette. Like I said, 27-6 now, Raging Cajuns. New Mexico State's up on Western Illinois, 37-21. UTEP 21-14 over Incarnate World. Arizona's leading Northern Arizona at halftime, 14-3, which seems accurate. Yeah, okay, these do seem accurate now, because these games would have started about 10:30. BYU leads Sam Houston State 7-0. UCLA on top of Coastal Carolina 7-3, and then San Diego State 10-3 on top of Idaho State. Next week in college football, week 2. I don't believe there's any games Thursday because the NFL kicks off with the Lions and Chiefs. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for live watch long reactions of that game, along with tomorrow night and on Monday night, as WWE Payback was tonight. We're going to be watching that Monday night because tomorrow night we're going to watch AEW All Out, even though earlier today, All Elite Wrestling parted ways, terminating Phil Brooks, CM Punk. Fired, no longer with the company. That was the big breaking news before I went live. At least in wrestling world. Football today, it's Deion Sanders in Colorado. That's all they're going to be fucking talking about. And we discussed that just a short time ago. So hopefully these will load. No, I don't want that. I just want games now for next week. If I can get them. Come on, man. Okay, next week in college football, Murray State, Louisville, Indiana State, Indiana, and yes, Illinois, Kansas is next Friday night. So Penn State fans, be sure to watch that, as then Penn State will play at Illinois in 2 weeks' time. Next week as well, Vandy, Wake Forest, Ball State, Georgia. Youngstown State plays at Ohio State. Of course, Delaware at Penn State, noon next Saturday. Live watch long reactions up here on YouTube, so be sure to tune back in. Notre Dame goes to NC State. That should be interesting. Utah at Baylor, and a meeting between future Big 12 opponents, but it's going to be currently a non-conference game. Troy, Kansas State, Delaware State, Army. Nebraska, Colorado is going to be good. Purdue, Virginia Tech, Holy Cross at Boston College. James Madison, Virginia. South Carolina State, Georgia Tech, New Hampshire, Central Michigan, Eastern Illinois, Bowling Green, Charleston Southern, Clemson. We got Eastern Kentucky and Kentucky, Southern Utah and BYU. UNLV plays at Michigan. Ole Miss, Tulane is a top 25 game. Texas A&M at Miami. Got the Cyhawk with Iowa and Iowa State. Really, I'd take plus the points and probably the under in that game, if you get my gist. Richmond and Michigan State, UTEP, Northwestern, Western Michigan, Syracuse, Miami, Ohio, UMass, Texas State, UTSA. Wagner plays at Navy. Southern Illinois plays at Northern Illinois. So what about Central or Eastern or Western Illinois? How about them? Texas Southern and Toledo, Kenton State, Arkansas, Marshall, East Carolina, Cal Poly, San Jose State, Portland State, Wyoming, Tulsa, Washington, Austin P in Tennessee, Southeast Louisiana State and South Alabama, App State, North Carolina is always a fucking shootout. SMU, Oklahoma, New Mexico State, Liberty, Lafayette and Duke. Of course, West Virginia hosts Duquesne as Penn State hosts Delaware. UAB, Georgia, Southern Ohio, Florida Atlantic, Louisiana Lafayette and Old Dominion. Morgan State, Akron, Fordham and Buffalo. North Texas, Florida International, Cincinnati and Pitt will be on the CW network. So be sure to tune into that. The game of the week next week is going to be Texas and Alabama. That's going to be a top 10 game. Oregon, Texas Tech, Jacksonville State, Coastal Carolina should be interesting. UConn, Georgia State, Northwestern State, Louisiana Tech, Middle Tennessee State, Missouri. Houston Christian goes to Western Kentucky. UCF, Boise State's been good in the past. Houston and Rice. Doesn't matter if it's at Houston or at Rice. They're still playing in Houston. Florida A&M, South Florida, Memphis, Arkansas State, Idaho, Nevada. Good luck to Grambling. They play at LSU next Saturday night. Wisconsin, Washington State should be a good game. McNeese State plays at Florida. Charlotte, Maryland. Eastern Michigan, Minnesota, Arizona at Mississippi State. Temple and Rutgers. Furman in South Carolina. UCLA, San Diego State should be good too, I think. Nichols and TCU. Air Force, Sam Houston State. Lamar plays at Louisiana Monroe. Texas Tech, New Mexico. Idaho State, Utah State. Southern Miss at Florida State. UC Davis, Oregon State. Eastern Washington, Fresno State. Stanford plays at USC. It'll be the final time they meet in the Pac-12. Auburn plays at Cal next Saturday night. That should be a good game. And then Oklahoma State, Arizona State, and then Albany. The whole way from upstate New York, they go to the islands of Hawaii next Saturday night at midnight. So it'll be a 7 o'clock local kick from Hawaii. So that's college football from week 0 to today to next week. But in the meantime, as we'll sign off here, I just want to say once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. We'll talk more Penn State next week after they defeated West Virginia here tonight. I've said my piece. 38-15 win over the Mountaineers. I'll host Delaware now next Saturday at noon. So be sure to tune in as Penn State's right back where they started from. Oh, what a night. With dueling banjos playing before the game, I mean, hell, they must have. We all know what happened after that. I wonder what Pat McAfee's going to say, because he, I think, seriously thought, other than joking, that West Virginia is going to fucking win. They had it interesting there a time or two. I mean, they had it 7-7, and then that was basically it. But no, if Penn State would have been, 24 rather than 31 to 13-15 when West Virginia scored 1 for 2, and then West Virginia got the onside kick, that would have made it interesting if they would have got the ball back and drove and scored. It'd been a hell of a different game. Let alone have been a different game too on top of that if they would have been able to throw the ball earlier and more consistent than they were able to, because they waited till late and it was too late. But Penn State couldn't stop their run game either. Penn State finished with the same amount of yards rushing as West Virginia did, 146. So, I'm sure Mike Florio will write an article about this game. So yeah, that was wild and wonderful, don't you think? At least for Penn State fans it was. But wish West Virginia well, wish them luck. Penn State will travel to Morgantown next August the 31st, 2024 to return the favor in this home and home series, and then who knows when they'll play after that. But yeah, get home safe to the team. Get home safe to all the fans that traveled up. Part of the 110,700 and odd change that were in attendance tonight. Wasn't a stadium record, but it was damn near close, off by about 200 or so. But of course, we near midnight here on the East Coast. When the sun comes up tomorrow, after of course we get some mud on the tires tonight, maybe burn some couches in celebration. I think we'll have some cakes on the griddle tomorrow morning. But yeah, we sang the alma mater, so for the glory of Old State. Penn State defeats West Virginia 38-15. We recapped the game, gave some stats and scores. Now we're going to celebrate, so I think I'll go get my shine on. But yeah, next week, like I said, both teams got some double Ds with Duquesne and Delaware. So we'll see if they can suck on those and pick up some more wins. At least West Virginia their first, Penn State their second. But then, yeah, Penn State plays at West Virginia next August 31st. And then, well, before then, we'll see how this season, unfolds. One game. Week 1. So it's a long-ass season. Wish them well. And, yeah, we'll see how Penn State fares next week. Should be able to beat Delaware. But Delaware is a top team in the FCS, I might add, okay? They do have a connection, though. Former Delaware head coach Danny Rocco is on the Penn State staff. So keep that in mind, okay? For, hints of this or hints of that. And yeah, like, the last time Penn State played an FCS school, it was Villanova. 2 years ago, they beat them. Before that, it had to have been like Youngstown State, because they, really don't play FCS schools. They'll play MAC schools before they play FCS schools, but still payday for the smaller schools. I don't know how much. I'm sure I'll find out sometime this week how much Penn State's going to be paying the Delaware Blue Hens. So, of course, let's go Brandon. But yeah, that's next week. Penn State hosts Delaware, so be sure to tune in for that. Live here on YouTube next Saturday at noon. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Cohen Luke 96 live right here on YouTube this evening. After Penn State, the Blue and White Nittany Lions defeat the Mountaineers from Morgantown, West Virginia, officially 38-15 to kick off the 2023 season. So hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. As always, though, if I do, I'll just add it into my next stream. I'm sure I'll think of something after the fact. Oh shit, I forgot to say this. I forgot to say that. But just thanks for watching. Be sure to tune back in later on this weekend for more live coverage. Live right here on YouTube, college football, NFL, and professional wrestling. And then next weekend, and then in the weeks and months to come. So football season is just now beginning. So it's just about to get hot and heavy. And Penn State, 38, West Virginia, 15. The Lions are 1-0. Mountaineers 0-1, but wish them well. So hopefully they have a good season, because if they do, this win for Penn State would look good then, later on in the season. If they suck, then this win for Penn State really doesn't mean shit here tonight. So I guess as long as West Virginia finishes at 500, 6-6, goes to a bowl game, maybe wins that bowl game, it makes them look okay. I think like 7, 8 wins. Neil Brown's still the head coach of the year. That's a different story. Who knows? That's for them to decide. Of course, Penn State plays at West Virginia, so it'd be interesting to see if Penn State's going to be playing at West Virginia with Neil Brown or with a different head coach than next year, and then who would they hire? Because technically they haven't fired a head coach in a long time. Because Dana Holgerson left, Bill Stewart died, Rich Rod left, Don Nealon retired. It would probably have to go back to Frank Signetti, and then he took a couple years off before he took the IUP job for the Crimson Hawks. because before that, Bobby Bowden left. So, like, it's not a normal thing for West Virginia to fire their head football coach. They normally just fucking leave on their own. Maybe he leaves on his own for all we know. You know, he knows he's going to get fired. They got a tough schedule, but hopefully they beat Pitt in 2 weeks. I'll be rooting for them. Eat shit, Pitt. But Penn State does defeat West Virginia, as they beat Pitt last time they played as well, in 3 of the last 4. Penn State has defeated West Virginia once more. As mentioned, they're now 49-9-2 against the Mountaineers. 75 wins all time against the current Big 12. They didn't shut them out for the 14th total time tonight, but from 1904 to 2023, Penn State's defeated West Virginia 49 times. Of course, they haven't played in 31 years until tonight, but a win's a win, and they win by 23 to kick off 2023, 38-15. So, yeah, once again, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Cool and Luke 96 live right here on YouTube. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Hope to see everybody now next week for Delaware at Penn State live watch along reactions.